Uh, 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 Sorry if there was a prolonged silence there. My OBS was messing up, so I wasn't quite sure if I started the stream. Um, but here we are. I'm amused, by the way, and we're gonna be playing through, hopefully, all of Siren's Call. Uh, Siren's Call is a visual novel with heavy themes, I think, that the way it's been described to me by the Steam review community, all 78 of them, is it's a DDLC adjacent, which I'm not sure if that's entirely accurate or just people being like, oh my god, it's a free psychological trauma visual novel that masquerades as just a cute VN and going like, it's just like DDLC. But I'm inclined to believe at the very least that this is a kind of a deep visual novel from what I'm seeing. Let's read out some disclaimers here. This game is a work of fiction. Ah, shit. I clicked or something. Whoops. Any name, character, places, business, events, situations are either used in a fictitious way or products of the author's imagination. Any resemblance to actual persons, dead or living, or actual events is just a happy little coincidence. More importantly, every appearing character is 18 years or older. I read that off of the stream delayed VOD, the stream delayed preview. There are a few more disclaimers on the Steam page that I think are pretty important. So, in the mature content description, the developers describe the content like this. Emotional shutdowns and/or meltdowns relating to an autism spectrum disorder, epileptic seizures, life with epilepsy, depression and suicide, self-harm, physical and emotional abuse, sexual assault, and unconsented exposure to drugs. So, if you're not down to be exposed to those things, that's fine. Click off and come back when you're ready, or if ever you're ready. So when I was booting this game for the first time, we're gonna get into it pretty soon, but I just want to say that the music in the main menu screen is kind of good. The bass line, drums, crazy. Gets me excited for the music for the rest of the visual novel. But without further ado, that was a strange guitar pluck. A writer is congenitally unable to tell the truth, and that is why we call what he writes fiction. Fiction is the lie through which we tell the truth. Congenitally. Oh man, we're 3 seconds in and I'm already Googling a word. Congenital, of or related to a condition present at birth, whether inherited or caused by the environment, especially the uterine environment, having by nature a specified character. So, a writer is by nature unable to tell the truth, and that is why we call what he writes fiction. William Faulkner. But Albert Camus's argument, or addition to that argument, is the fact that the fiction that an author writes, though it is lies, it is a lens in which they tell the truth. This story is a work of fiction. Siren's Call, Florida, May 12th, 2011. 60 miles north of someplace. The Cape just fired another rocket into the sky, but nobody is looking at it. I think the game's a bit loud. Hang on. They just lower that for you guys. Lowered a bit for myself. Okay. I don't know if I'm going to be doing... I'm going to be reading everything, but I don't know if I'm going to be doing silly voices or whatever. We'll see. They're looking down at the heartless asphalt. They're panicking. But I won't look down. I can't. This is the Kimi no Nawa thing. So I'll keep looking up at this rocket. Rockets. No matter what the experts say, rockets only exist for one purpose. They're our ticket for leaving home. The prototype of our salvation. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows we're gonna need to get the hell off this planet. But Florida has amusement parks, beaches, and bottomless margaritas. So it's good at helping people ignore how screwed we are. They still know though. Everybody knows. Hello. But nobody talks about it. That's the duplicity of Florida. It's our gateway to the cold, inevitable unknown, and our own personal lotus land. To here we arrive, and from here we shall leave. That is our claim to fame. Oh, and the weather. That's right, we're famous for our hurricanes. Maybe someday, when all our bags are packed and our fancy new rockets are stuffed to the brim with human cargo, a giant hurricane will inexplicably cover the state. We'll be trapped, forced to live with the consequences of our actions. We'll be unable to run away. I love people, but there's a part to me that kind of wants something like that to happen, I think. It'd be nice if there was some sense of justice in all this. But I love people too much. Even if they're confusing and inconsistent, I still want to lift people up. Good people lift each other, higher and higher towards where they're meant to be, towards their own personal capitalized heaven. Not because it's easy, but because it's right. I visit here first time. Hello, welcome. Yeah, good people are like rocket fuel. Or maybe they're more like the fuel tank itself, burning away their combustible innards. I wonder, does anybody even go fish those fuel tanks out of the ocean? Are they required to? I doubt it. They're just empty husks after all. Even so, somebody has to be a fuel tank. It might as well be me. I'd rather it be me than anyone I care about. I'd rather it be me than Violet. Violet. Wait, why am I thinking about this? People are panicking just now. They are panicking so much that nobody was watching the rocket. But wouldn't that be considered normal? Isn't it normal to be afraid? The background is becoming more and more like paper as we continue. Maybe I'm wrong about all this stuff. Oh. Someone's parking in the garage. Maybe you don't need to be trapped here by a hurricane or whatever. Yeah. The world was lovely once. A veritable Garden of Eden. But maybe that's not what we need to mature as a species. Things might just be better. Somewhere else. Somewhere else. After all, isn't that why we all worked so hard to help you leave? This is the logo of the game. Okay. That's what I was hoping. Not only would this visual novel be interesting, but it would provide something interesting to talk about, and that was a pretty interesting opening. Kind of gives me a vibe. Raise the volume, by the way. Gives me a vibe that maybe the protagonist or us in this story are gonna have to sacrifice something. An act of self-sacrifice in order to help our friends who may be experiencing all the things in the content warnings. You have 5 new messages. First message. Hey there, college boy. It's Mom. Well, Violet's mom anyway, obviously. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited for you. I can't believe you're actually going to college. I'm so proud. Anywho, I'll be back from Denver later tonight, assuming there's no delays. I'll probably be tired, and so I'm just gonna drop off my luggage and then we'll make a beeline for your hotel. We won't have time to drive through anywhere, so you should probably eat something before I pick you up. I'll likely be back by 8:30, so make sure you're ready to go by then, okay? What else? What else? Just a nice looking lady. Oh, can you make sure Violet cleans a bit before I get there? I doubt you two made much of a mess. It's just extra work, you know. No pressure though. Well, enjoy your day. Can't wait to hear about your summer. I don't know why I'm like emphasizing my ass so much on this character. College! How exciting. Oh, it's Miss Lawrence. I didn't even see that change. Miss Lawrence is who this character is. Get ready! End of message. To delete message, press 9. Saved message. I saved it? It's Ashton. Dude. Dude, it's 2011. Get a cell phone. No, I can't do that for his voice. You're literally the only person I leave voicemails for at this point. I'm not doing this anymore once you move to Asheville. I mean it. It's dumb. Even Emil isn't that backwards, and I'm pretty sure he still carries around a pocket watch. Anyway, I'll be on Flagler at the usual spot. I'll buy you a burger or something, so come on down whenever. Later, bro. I really should have looked into what Floridians sound like before I did the stream. End of message. To delete message, press 9. Next this is kind of setting up our side quest. So, tell Violet to clean up, eat something before Miss Lawrence arrives, and go visit Ashton at the burger joint. Andy. Hey there, nerd. It's Andy. You're not getting out of training just because it's your last day in town, you know. We'll have to cut it a bit short today, but that's fine as long as you make time to go back and say goodbye to Judy as well. You are planning on doing that, right? You know she'd be devastated otherwise. Dude. I didn't know voicemails had so much imaging and so much wacky, you know? Well, whatever. I'll be warming up at the park, so hurry on over. It's hot though, so bring some water if you don't want to die. Joking. Or don't. Your call. Bye. Dude, I hate my voices. End of message. To delete message, press 9. So I saved Miss Lawrence's message, but I'm deleting Ashton's and Andy's. I'm saying I isn't the protagonist. Next message. Oliver. Of course, I wear glasses, so I have to be British. Emil here. I was wondering if you've finished up with the book yet. We might not get another chance to discuss it in person, given the circumstances, and I can't think of a better way to spend the day. I'll be at the library when you're ready. Also, one other thing. Have you been deleting these voicemails like we discussed? I doubt anything would come of it, but it's best to leave our trail cold, simply as a precaution. You're our leader, so I'm sure you've been on top of things per normal, but I figured it wouldn't hurt to remind you, just in case. So the character we're playing is called Oliver. If I were a more read person, I could probably give you like a literary adjacent, like, oh, Oliver is from such and such and could represent this. But I'm not read enough. Regardless, I'll see you soon. Stay sharp. End of message. To delete message, press 9. Next message. It's Judith! Oliver? Hi, how are you? How's Violet? It's Judith, by the way, not Andy. Yeah, I read that Andy and Judith are identical twins. I know we sound similar over the phone, so I didn't want to confuse you again. Happy last day of summer, I guess. Are you feeling okay? Do you have any plans for today? I know you probably have to pack, of course. But after that, are you doing anything fun? Dude, Judith loves us. It's free. We're starting with someone already, a route to go down, you know? As visual novel players call them. It's the last day of summer, so it should be fun, right? You're probably busy, though. I'd be busy, too, if I was going to college. That's why you didn't answer the phone, right? Because you're busy? Oh shit, she's dependent. Okay. I don't know how much I can joke around about these characters, because I'm gonna, like, find out they're probably screwed later on or something. I don't want to make light of anything, but... I'm sorry if I disturbed you. If I don't see you again, good luck at college. Make sure to let us know when you're back home for breaks and stuff, okay? Okay, good luck out there. Thank you, Oliver. Goodbye. Bye. End of message. To delete message, press 9. Save it! Save it! No! There are no new messages. To repeat saved messages, press 1 now. Goal. Say goodbye to your friends. What is this filter over our screen, dude? How do I get it off? It's like destroying me. If I recheck my voicemails, it'll just be the Miss Lawrence one, right? Ah, okay. Wait, can I? Okay, hang on. Can I actually press 1 to check my... What? I can press 1... Damn it! Wait, could I press 9 to save all those messages? Shit! Wait, that's insane. Give me a skip. What's the skip button? We'll figure it out. Is this a Renpai game? It's not a Renpai game. Oh well. Toodles. Oh. Oh, I saved all of them. I see. Give me that skip. Alright. Let's investigate the house. Bass guitar! Let's go! Wait, we gotta go bass guitar. I guess all of it sound like me. I haven't played all summer, even though Violet keeps asking me to. Just hasn't been enough time, honestly. I can only play a few crappy ska songs anyway. Even if I enjoy playing them, there's still nothing worth showing off. Nobody remembers the bass player as much anyway. Well, almost nobody, I guess. That's kind of sussy. Alright, let's go left to right, top to bottom here. A beautiful, silent summer day waits for me outside. Fun stuff. No, it might be fun. It might be fun. I've just got to have the right attitude. I've just got to keep going forward. Violet's bed. Alright. This filter is throwing me for a loop, man. Violet's bed. Still hasn't changed the sheets from last time, has she? Well, goodbye, gross bed sheets. Goodbye, Mr. Dolphin and Mrs. Donkey. There's Miss Dolphin. Where's Mrs. Donkey here? Yeah. Don't you dare tell anyone what we did in here. Alright. I'll keep that one in the vault for later. As much as I want to lay down for a bit, it's irresponsible to sleep my life away. Don't call me out like that, bro. Sounds like something Dad would say at the very least. Then again, maybe lack of sleep is why he was always so cranky. That's still on him, though. That's always going to be on him. Was? So, ostensibly, my father has passed away. It shouldn't take more than a few minutes to pack up all my clothes. Yeah, as long as I'm back a little bit before 8:30, everything should be good. I guess one of the perks of growing up poor is that you never really have much that you need to pack. Kind of handy, actually. That's, silver lining. Silver linings. I shouldn't be in here. Why am I even in here? Even though she hasn't been here all summer, I'm still a guest in Miss Lawrence's house. I should respect her privacy. But if she hasn't been in her room for this long, then how the hell does it still smell like wine? Maybe she spilled some. I hope that's a pain to clean up. It's bits of black bean burger stuck to the inside of the food processor. I guess Violet already made herself some lunch. Adorable. She's such a cute little herbivore, I swear. Herbivore. Kind of weird that I didn't hear that thing going off while I was sleeping though. I wonder why that is. Is Violet? It sounds like Oliver's in a relationship with Violet, but I don't know just yet. Now that the investigation is over, I should probably destroy this or something. I'm pretty sure Emil has recorded all the important stuff anyway. Even so, it's hard to just let stuff go up in flames like that. No, I can't get sappy. The smart thing to do is just leave it all behind. I've already made my choice. When I get up to Asheville, I'm burning this. Wouldn't it smell like vinegar if she spilled it a while ago? I don't know what wine smells like, man. End of story. Alright, canvases. The stack in the living room is way smaller than it was yesterday. This next project of hers must be really important if she's bringing so many backup canvases. I hope she didn't have trouble carrying all of them out the door. Why didn't she wake me up? I would have been more than happy to help her. I'm assuming Violet is the person using the canvases, so she's some kind of artist or architect, you know, something like that. An absurd number of spices hangs from off the wall. Oh, what kind, huh? One of the jars labeled Spice of Love is almost empty. Is that the stuff she keeps sprinkling on top of my burgers? I'll allow it. Maybe it's a secret ingredient to a healthy relationship. Bam! Oliver's in a relationship with Violet. Probably. A new gallery image has been unlocked. Can I check that now? I guess I can probably check it when I... What do you mean? What do you mean yes or no? Giving me a prompt like this makes me think this is important. But I checked everywhere, so I should be fine to leave, right? Now, please. Oh, what the hell? You are here. Alright, so I have to say goodbye to all of my friends before I leave college. We've got... This is Ashton, right? We've got Ashton at the crab bucket. We have... Andy at the Detwiller Park. Emil at the library. And Judith at Judith's house. Isn't Judith's house also Andy's house? Alright. We have 10.5 hours left before we have to leave to Asheville. I think that it would make the most sense if we just went a straight line through, right? Because there's an estimated time of arrival. So let's head to Ashton first. Ashton seems like a chill dude. Hey, there he is. With a baseball bat flamethrower. What's that? Hey there, Oliver! Lovely weather we're having today, huh? Somebody I don't recognize says something to me while I'm walking. As nondescript and generic as this moment is, I still make an effort to smile and wave as we pass each other by. That's good. That's nice. Alright, we're gonna have this filter all throughout the game. I don't know if I like it. But this is nice. This is a nice background. It's like vibrant. Ash is sitting outside of Jake's crab bucket, playing on his cell phone. He seems to notice me approaching though, and gets up from his seat, flipping his phone closed in the process. It's 2011, so people still have flip phones. Hey dude! Hey dude! Hey, what's my Ashton voice, man? Hey dude! Hey dude! Hey dude! Hey dude! That's it, that's the one. He only looks at me for a second before turning toward the restaurant. Yo, hungry? I'm hungry. So let's get some food. that's the Tolkien orc voice, you know. Oh, and I'm bi. But you gotta order water if you're thirsty, okay? You can get whatever food you want, but I'm not paying $3 for a soda. Money's kinda tight right now. Hey, dude. It's me, Ashton. It doesn't take long for Ash to place out order. $3 for a soda? $3 for a soda? We're in the US as well, so that's American dollars, right? $3? In 2011? That's insane. As in, like, insanely expensive if you're mixed about whether my reaction is positive or negative. It is heavily negative. I can go buy 2 liters of Pepsi for $2 Australian here. $3 for a can of soda? Even like a 600 milliliter bottle is anyways. I always get a steakhouse burger whenever I come here anyway. And I guess he's picked up on that. He even remembers that I like mine medium rare and tells the waitress as much during our order. It's a real treat to watch him be accommodating like this, given how abrasive he sometimes is. Normally, whenever the 6 of us eat, Ash just plays on his phone until the food arrives, letting Emil and Judith do most of the strategizing. Food strategizing? There's nothing normal about today, though, is there? I'm gonna be a real man. I'm gonna be a real man. Ashton, I feel like Ashton's the character that's never gonna have a consistent voice. Things were really shitty before I met you. Ash immediately jumps into it, as brazen as always. He fiddles with the bandage on his wrist before eventually squeezing it with his right hand. And even after that, I was still pretty sure that summer was gonna be lame. No offense. Had it all planned out. I was gonna work with that on the weekdays, maybe hop online at night and play some bone sword with you and Emil. I was gonna keep on trying shit like that, over and over again. The next day, and the next, until, I don't know, until I started feeling like an actual adult, I guess. That was the plan. That was my plan. It was all I had. He's going to Clint Eastwood, dude. Ashton scowls, putting more pressure on his wrist. Wrist, as in like self-harm bandage, maybe? Never thought I'd end up being a hero. Never thought I'd end up being a hero. I didn't even know something like that was possible for a guy like me. I always thought I was just some jerk. Just another one of those punks at school nobody gives a damn about. Once you're not stuck in the same class as them anymore. The kind of kid that's stuck with being a kid forever. It's crazy how things end up, though. Alright. We're presented with our first option, and it was described, it was outlined to me that your options really matter in this game. I don't know how much that is true for this option, but as perhaps abrasive as it is to try to figure out whether this was self-harm by asking this question, I think we're gonna ask it. How's your wrist healing up? Ah, fuck, we fucked up. My wrist? Yeah, it'll heal. It still stings a bit, though. There's the Patrick Star voice coming in. I don't know if you saw, but that thing bit down to the bone when it attacked me. If it wasn't for Emil jumping in, I'd probably have a hook for a hand. Which would be dope. Okay, we can't stop. We can't keep switching. Gotta stick to a voice. Come on, you got this, Amuse. You got it. Look at his face. Look at the way he talks. Which would be dope. No, I can't do that. Fine, I can do that. Which would be dope, but a lot harder to explain to my old man. You know what I mean? Kinda excited to see how the scar ends up looking, though. Not gonna lie. I don't really know what I'm gonna do now, though. All the important stuff is over, so I guess it's time for me to start acting like an actual adult. Okay, that's just my normal voice. Go back to deep Clint Eastwood. That sounds fine. What does regress mean? Like, go back? Huh. That's interesting. We should probably save at this option. I'm a visual novel player. I know how it is. You were amazing. I feel amazing. Every time we came out the other end of that locker, I had to make peace with the fact that the night could be the night. We all could have died back there, you know? We never really talked about it much, but we definitely could have just ate shit and died, right? And my old man would have had no way of knowing what happened to me. I used to think about that part a lot when we first started, like what would happen to my body and stuff. I didn't know if anybody would be able to find it. I wasn't sure if I'd rot back there, or if I'd end up like those guys they found with their head split open on the sidewalk. I didn't know which would be worse, honestly. It was really creepy, going into that place every night, but I think being brave isn't the absence of fear. Bravery is doing what needs to be done, even if it's scary. Oh! Ooh! Slay King! Even if you're terrified. I used to be such a coward back in high school, starting fights that I never had a chance of losing. It's not enough just to fight, though. It has to be a fight you might not win. I feel like I finally earned the right to view myself as brave now. I feel brave. I feel amazing. I don't really know what I'm gonna do now, though. Oh, yeah. So, this game takes place after you've already solved, like, a town-saving mystery with the boys and the girls. That's why they're all referring to an event that's already gone, like, already happened. So you really think it's all over, huh? That's what Emil says anyways, and that nerd hasn't been wrong yet. I'm sure we're fine. Sudden death incidents were happening a whole bunch before, right? Those sudden death incidents were happening a whole bunch before, right? And now we've gone 2 weeks without anybody seizing. That's gotta mean something, dude. Not only that, but the backside of the locker's been completely dead every time we've gone in since. I get where you're coming from, but that place is a total wasteland now. So relax, okay? You did good. We all did good. So... Wait, if I were... I'm a bit confused. Wait, what am I... Hang on. Oh, so... Do I now have to choose one of these options and stick with the result? I think You Were Amazing was the best one. Because that was the one where he decides to talk about being, like, finally seeing himself as brave, right? So by the looks of things, there was a mysterious incident that was causing people to suddenly die from, like, seizing up. And investigating this thing they called the locker was how we stopped it from happening, right? Alright. Okay. I feel brave. I feel amazing. I don't really know what I'm gonna do now, though. All the important stuff is over, so I guess it's time for me to start acting like an actual adult. Now if I press this, we'll just keep going, right? Okay. Working at B-Mobile with Dad probably isn't gonna cut it, though. I don't want to be one of those dudes that peaked when he was 18. I don't think that's gonna be good enough anymore. But it'll be pretty hard to top everything that's happened to us. When I do, though, I want to be able to let my brother-in-arms know about it. So, did he buy me a cell phone? Coward. What do you mean, coward? Did he buy me a cell phone? Ashton places something on the table. It's a brand new cell phone, along with a pretty slick-looking case to go with it. This is for you. I'm not gonna be one of those guys you were friends with in high school and then never ended up talking to again. I can't help but try and hide... Oh, whoops. I can't help but try and hide my discomfort as Ashton slides the phone across the table. What? You weren't gonna buy one anyway. So take it. We had some spares laying around in the house anyway. I'm sure Dad won't miss it. I do as I'm told and put Ashton's gift in my backpack. You're the only one of us actually leaving Florida, so I figured you're the one that needed a new phone the most. Emil, Judy, and Andy are all within walking distance, and Violet isn't leaving Siren's call anytime soon. So that only leaves you. We can't talk about what happened with other people, so it's important we all still have a way to keep in touch, isn't it? Like, we fought together, dude. We bled together. You're not... Brother, you're not just gonna drop off the face of the earth, right? Of course not. Okay, cool. You better keep that. When I start my new badass life as an adult, I want you to be able to know about it. Don't tell the others, but I've been thinking about getting a houseboat when I'm finally able to move out of my dad's place. Got no idea what I'm gonna do for a job though. Hey, I know pirates aren't really a thing anymore, but how about detectives? We've both got some experience solving mysteries now, don't we? Maybe if the whole higher education thing doesn't work out, you can move back down here and the two of us can start something up. There might even be a way to turn what we did in the underworld into something that makes us some serious cash. The underworld? It'd be nice to keep doing what we've been doing, but actually get paid for it. What do you think about that, my dude? My dude? We talk about Ashton's ideal future until our feud arrives. After a bit, we finish eating, and Ashton, true to his word, foots the bill. Damn. I guess this is it, huh? I'm sure you've got other things you gotta do, so I'll leave you to it. Ashton walks over and hands me a small slip of paper with his phone number on it. Give me a call once you've touched down in Nashville, alright? I love you, bro. Thanks for the adventures. Aw. I acknowledged Ashton's sincerity with a reassuring thumbs up. I'll see you soon. Stay cool! Alright, Ashton's kinda... he's sick. Journal pages 2 through 6 have been recalled. Oh! So I can probably open up the journal and then look at what actually happened, right? So I can walk back to my house now. I'm curious to see what would happen if I did, but I think for now we probably just go meet all the characters. That like vacation picture in like the opening disclaimer screen was Miss Lawrence in Denver, right? That makes sense. Yeah, I think we probably let's just spend our time saying goodbye to everyone first. It's like a first playthrough kind of thing. All right, let's go see Andy. All right, she's working out. Look at her go. Hey kid, how's your lady friend doing? Somebody I don't recognize says something to me while I'm walking. As nondescript and generic as this moment is, I still make an effort to smile and wave as we pass each other by. Andy is doing some pull-ups on a set of bright green monkey bars. Monkey bars, baby! Monkey bars are my favorite part of playgrounds, dude. At first, it almost seems like she's in some sort of trance, completely focused on the rhythm of working out. This is... what the? Holy shit! Jesus Christ. It's like a Five Nights at Freddy's jump scare, dude. But then, I step into her domain, and like some sort of homicidal jungle predator, Andy flings herself into the air and starts barreling towards me. Voices. Females. What did I use for the voicemail voice? Oh, whatever. My brain is stalling. I'm stun locked. Hey there, Slim! Glad you finally made it! Without missing a beat, Andy stands up straight, walks over, and slaps me on the butt. What the hell? You ready to run? We don't have a whole lot of time left to dawdle, you know. Come on, let's get out there. She's already several yards away from me by the time I'm done processing everything that's just happened. As silly as exercise seems right now, I know better than to try and fight her on this. And so I do as I'm told and start jogging after my friend. We're going, dude. I'm assuming these backgrounds with the filter placed over them are like color graded scenic pictures of Florida, right? Our route pretty much takes us all over the island. With the exception of a few motivational insults to keep me moving, Andy stays mostly quiet as we cut our way through Siren's call. That is, of course, until we get to his house. His house? You already met up with him today, right? So he should be home by now. Andy peeks over the dilapidated fence, staring into the dark grove of palm trees and ferns shrouding Ashton's house. Ugh, his TV isn't on. His TV isn't on. There. I swear, if that boy isn't out working, I'm gonna bop him into next week. If that boy isn't out working, I'm gonna bop him into next week. What, does Andy want to just watch TV? What the fuck? Hey, trashed it! Unless you're ambidextrous, there's no way you're gonna be able to jerk it with broken wrists. You'll have blue balls for the rest of your pathetic little life. Are you good with that? Andy waits for some sort of response. But no lights flick on from within the house, and no voice comes bearing sarcastic retorts from the bramble. Unreal. Moron. Doesn't he know that your body can't heal itself but if you keep putting pressure on it? Oh. Oh, heck yeah, you just met Andy. It's Jacob Comiskey? Yo, what's up, man? Wait, you're the guy, aren't you? Yeah, I just met... We're going through character introductions right now before we do anything insane. If he's out here lifting boxes with his bum of a father when he should be resting, he grits her teeth and begins sprinting away from the property. Oddly enough, the air around me is insult-free for the remainder of our jog. After some time, Andy and I reach the halfway point of our normal route. The arid walkway in front of our old high school. I am the guy. Oh my god, it's the guy. Glad you're liking the game. Jacob, I am scared. I am terrified. Because I've seen the tags, I've seen the spoiler-free reviews. I am scared. I've seen the mature themes description. You're gonna get me on this one, I know you are. But I will revel in that. Andy, for some reason, looks as though she's about to vomit. I barely have any time to rest before she turns back around and starts jogging again. Sorry, but we're not stopping here. Good. Even if the rest of us are still alive, that school will always reek of death. I live for that. Of course you do, you freaking sicko. And nothing can change that. Come on, I'm not slowing down. We'll do our stretches back at that park, okay? Alright? Yeah. Even though my body is numb with fatigue, I do as I'm told and follow Andy. Alright. After what feels like hours, we finally make it back to the park. I find the nearest bench and collapse on it. Andy, unfazed, throws her right leg up on a picnic table and begins stretching. You know, I don't know how involved you were in the design of this character, Jacob. But the design is certainly interesting. including the sprite work and this specific pose. Oliver, we've been over this. If you don't stretch immediately after running, you're just gonna be sore in the morning. Get up. You need to get in the habit of doing this. Get up and stretch. Yes, honey. After psyching myself up a bit, I do as I'm told and walk over to Andy. We stretch our bodies using the crusty wood of the picnic table to prop ourselves up. I hope you realize how important it is to actually do this kind of stuff. Even if you're okay with being sore tomorrow, you need to be able to defeat the voice in your head that's telling you to relax. Oh, I love this pose. Of course you do, you freaking sicko. Honestly, makes it hard to focus, you know. that's the real reason we do this, Captain. It's not even really about being healthy. It's more about being able to win every argument you have with yourself. It's about destroying the parts of you that are weak. It's about willpower. Andy smiles at me, clearly satisfied with her monologue, and sits down on the table, signaling to me that our workout is over. You see, right now, you're still inexperienced, so your mind is like a ball of wet clay. When outside forces put pressure on it, it'll conform into whatever shape it needs to be in order to be comfortable. Yeah. Exercise is an outside force, except unlike most things, we get to decide when we're exposed to it, which is perfect. If we know that pain is coming, then we can use it. We can use the pain to condition ourselves and fight our urges to be comfortable. We can use it to kill the parts of us that are slow and weak. And once that weak part of you is dead, there's nothing left but strength. Which I promise is going to come in handy when you start doing all-nighters or whatever. Your brain is going to be all, I can just do this essay in the morning and I should sleep, blah, blah, blah. And you're going to be all, shut up, brain, you don't control me. And then you'll think, wow, Andy's so cool for making me stretch. I should buy her something nice next week when I go visit her and Judy. So yeah, get good. This lady is insane. I'm gonna press all these anyways. I don't know why I'm trying to decide. We're still gonna do the visual novel thing though. Alright. Thanks for worrying about me, coach. Of course, it'd be stupid if I wasn't worried. As dependable as you are, I don't think anybody can be fully prepared for adulthood. Yeah, the old farts like to shoot advice our way any chance they get, but the truth is that adulthood is an entirely different beast for each person. I'm empathizing my R's so much, man. We have no way of knowing if what worked for them is gonna work out for us. There's no way you can know for sure what's gonna happen when you get to Asheville. You could get mugged outside of the airport or seduced by one of your dorm mates, only to find out they're a mass murderer who keeps their victims' severed toes in a jar. Wow. Andy, you're a little paranoid. Or, biology might be kind of tough. In all honesty, it could be fine. Really, it could. But you don't know what's going to happen to you. There's no way you can know. So the only thing you can do is make sure you're strong enough to handle anything the outside world throws at you. If some maniac tries to chop your toes off, I want to be able to make sure you have a strong enough body to take them on. And a strong enough mind not to panic once you realize what's going down. Because if anything were to happen, well, you're like family at this point. Judy would be devastated. What about you? Which reminds me, I'm sure you already know that Judy wants to see you one last time before you leave, right? That line about the toes was fun to write. Of course it was, you freaking sicko. Sorry. I wish you caught me later in the game when I could have a more insightful literary commentary to talk to you about this this assumedly deep game, or progressively deep game. You've caught me at the beginning where I'm still trying to feel things out, so I can't ask you about the inclusion of certain themes or topics. But we'll get there. Maybe today, because I don't know, I might literally spend 7 hours playing this game. Alright, let's regress. Gotta click all the options. You really think college will be that difficult? It's always going to be difficult, Captain. Always. Don't get cocky just because we've accomplished something difficult as a unit. You don't get a free pass on life just because you were part of something big when you were a teenager. My eyes keep drifting to her, like, muscular arms, dude. What have you done? Oh no, this is great. Carry on. Yes, I will. That's not how this works. Even if your challenges seem smaller by comparison, as an adult, you'll be the only one responsible for accomplishing them. It won't be my fault if you aren't motivated and flunk out of college, or Emil's fault if you never find a stimulating job. Ash won't be there to save you from your boredom, and Judy can't force you to be a kind person when the world tempts you with cruelty. And all of Violet's love won't save you if you end up hating yourself regardless. Back in the underworld, we covered each other's weaknesses by working together. I need to go look at the journal entries, dude. What the fuck is the underworld? That's the only reason we survived. But from this point onward, everything is completely on you. Your weakness will be your own and no one else's. Which is why I gotta do everything I can. Right here, right now, to make sure you're strong enough to beat that weakness out of you. She used to have tan lines too. Sadly, those weren't brought in from the album. Why not? Dude, if you're gonna go with this look, the tan lines would have been perf. It's the only thing I can do. That's why I'll keep doing it. That's what I'll keep doing. Or, I guess that's what I've been doing. Today's your last day here. We don't really have a lot of time left, do we? Which reminds me, Judy wants to see you. Alright. So, she's really gung-ho about me not dying when I leave, you know? That was quite the monologue. Good. It better have been. Were you practicing it? You need to care about this stuff, Captain. It's important. Judy always goes on and on about how great of a coach I am. But it's hard to know for sure if you've actually helped someone, isn't it? I tried. Believe me, I missed them. No! Jacob, you know what? You're a hero to me. I know now. Not many people will know, but I know now. And you'll never be able to, no one will ever take that away from you, okay? Like they took the tan lines away. After all, it's not like I can use your passion as a metric. Even the most passionate people can mess up horribly when it matters most. And when they do mess up, when they break a leg or split their head on the pavement, how much of that is my fault? Okay, that's 2 mentions of splitting heads on pavement from 2 different people. I'm keeping notes. It's also hard to keep track of. I can never know for sure if I'm doing everything in my power to help you guys. There's no way to know. It's stupid. But if what everybody keeps saying is true, then that's what I have to work with. Tan line solidarity. I'm right there with you, buddy. Judy's right. There's nothing to worry about. You'll be fine at college. You'll be fine. Cope? Which reminds me, are you sure? I'm sure you already know that Judy wants to see you one last time before you leave, right? Alright. We can move on now. Oh, I guess I should have... Does it matter if I regress and choose a different option? You know what? We're going with it. That was I'm satisfied with that conversation line. Have you gone to see her yet, Oliver? I have not yet. Well, I know what we're doing then. Andy grabs my arm and yanks me off the table. You smell like crap, but you can always wash up in the pool when we get home. I'm sure my sister will be thrilled to see you. Isn't it a 40-minute run? Let's go, Captain. Isn't she like 40 minutes away? Andy is insane. I'm too worn out to fight back, and so I do as I'm told and follow Andy back to her house. Oh, that means we skip over a meal. No. Journal pages 7 through 14 have been recalled. Hey Jacob. What's the journal button? It's log. These are all my regular visual novel buttons. It's so convenient. I don't even have to check around. I can just ask. Where's my journal button? Is it in settings? Thanks to Andy's brisk walking speed, the 2 of us make it back to Judith's place rather quickly. Did that take from my... Andy's just built different. Even more than God, I gotta get Andy's hard R's out of my mouth. I don't say more, I say more. That's I'm worried that it's gonna be like pop culture references I won't get. I'm not American. Funny thing is, you have to run by the library to get to Judas. Yeah. So we just
No, we ditched the meal. We won't get to say goodbye to him.
Again, we got plenty of time. Lower right corner. Oh, that's what the... I'm not gonna lie to you, Jacob. I thought that was a door. What am I... Okay. Oliver. I have written you some more notes that might be nice to refer to in the coming days. These are likely the last batch, as between the two of us, we should be enough on the same page to proceed with things accordingly. I appreciate you going so far outside of your comfort zone with all of this. I know it isn't always easy to work with others, even those you consider close friends. In the face of that difficulty, consider the remaining pages in this journal as a gift. After all, you are the only other person I know that goes through paper so voraciously. I respect that, so do with these extra pages as you wish. Moreover, try not to be shy about sharing your craft. We all admire it. Stay sharp, Emil. Okay. We're gonna read through all of these and then read them as they come. It's like 6 at a time, so. Thumbs up to you too, buddy. Alright, more reading. Setting foot in the underworld... Oh wait, this is me. Setting foot in the underworld is an unsettling experience. Most of the ground is rigid and spongy like the flesh of a corpse, and there is no wind at all. So the air itself has been killed and left for dead. To be a living thing surrounded by death is not how any of us imagine spending our summer, to be certain. I don't think any of us ever truly got accustomed to it. But perhaps that's a good thing, as its dangers keep complacency at bay. What the... Wait, so the underworld is like the actual underworld? Alright, I thought this was like a mystery. Like a... What's it? Like a... Not like a science fiction or fantasy, just like a grounded mystery, but... This is cool too. As for how to access the underworld, it's the underworld itself. I pray that the dark portal within Violet's locker is the only one in existence, as it is harrowing to think that there could be others. The underworld is certainly a nightmare to come to life, or what life it could come to. There are no other humans, only sirens and wisps reside here. The former are murderous and disturbing to behold, the latter do not even acknowledge our existence. It does seem that this world is linked to ours by more than just the portal. Well, the portal, however. Liquids we carry into the underworld via the vials of... Samaith? Is that a biblical term? Don't worry, it is, but that is all I'll say. Are transmuted into other things, and defeating the sirens has appreciable effects on our world. Despite all this, it's hard to say whether the underworld truly runs parallel to our world. Both my pocket watch and Ashton's phone tick by very slowly, so it's reasonable to conclude that time passes at a deprecated pace here. A mystery, that is. I don't know about a grounded one. Still, there is definitely a link, although whether it extends past this town of Siren's Call or not remains to be seen. The underworld is shrouded in mysteries, some of which may be better left unsolved. Yeah, my reading brain is off. I'm gonna take a sip of water real quick. The text. We will... I am dedicated to reading all the text. I'm a visual novel enjoyer. The sirens are horrifying creatures to behold. They take many forms, as they are effectively their own species with several different breeds. Although they all have some common traits. I'm so bad at reading. They lack human legs. Their eyes are glassy, and they always reside on or close to a slate. A slate? Sirens often have means of physical attack, such as claws, barbs, and tentacles that sprout from various orifices. However, the most dangerous aspect of a siren is its song, since the vocal cords of a siren are capable of producing otherworldly arias and cries. These songs can evoke a wide range of human emotion, including fear, anger, joy, and sorrow. Against unprotected ears, these emotions are amplified to their extremes. Fear becomes paralysis, anger provokes uncontrollable rage, joy leads to unhealthy infatuation, and so on. Mysteriously, sirens can also sing to their environment to beckon their dead surroundings to life. Some sirens sing to the rigid ground to trigger an earthquake, to the dead air to summon bone-chilling gusts, and to the crimson sky to beckon a storm of meteors. That is why we wear modified noise-cancelling headsets when facing them. They do not block the siren songs entirely, but it makes it much harder to fall victim to them. When we destroy sirens, particularly the strong ones, it has observable effects on our world. For instance, we had slain one group of particularly fat sirens one day. The next day, we saw several more people in our world going out for vigorous walks or bike rides. The parking lot of the gym was full, and the crab bucket had more customers than the grub burger, for once. They seem quite territorial, and they have no regard for the lives of wisps or of humans. I consider it fortunate that they generally do not hunt us down, so that we can at least engage the nightmares at our own pace. Can't read, gang. Yep. So this game is kind of like, it's like post JRPG, or like post Earthbound inspired indie RPG, right? That kind of thing. Plates. Oh, I guess there are a few questions I can ask, or at least one. What do you think of so on the store page on Steam at the very least, a lot of the people are comparing this game to DDLC as like a, you know, a psychological horror free cute visual novel on Steam. It's like it's kind of an unavoidable thing, comparison when people look at this game. Have any thoughts on that? The slates are slabs of stone that protrude from the sickly ground of the underworld. Upon most slates, one or more sirens reside. Generally, sirens await the approach of a human or wisp before becoming aggressive, although the stares of their glossy eyes up to that point are impossible to ignore. While they are aggressive, most of them will not stray more than about 20 meters from a slate. It is safe to say that they are territorial of these stones. Are they protecting the slates, or do they simply not wish to stray too far from a zone of comfort? It's impossible to say, because there doesn't seem to be anything special about the slates themselves, at least not from what I can tell. The slates are also nearly indestructible. All attempts from Ashton and Andy, and their muses to destroy the slates have failed to result in so much as a scratch. Muses? Is that like a stand? A muses stand? That was the idea. We wanted to make a game that took the final day where you say goodbye and expand upon it. It's kind of that, like, it's a similar spin as like when people do the whole what happens after a fairy tale thing, right? Makes you think about the repercussions of an adventure or how it affects the people that participated. Wisps are interesting creatures. They generally resemble humans, at least in appearance, but all color has been drained to leave only black. A thin black liquid drips from their body, as though they are constantly bleeding, yet their body language does not indicate any pain. It would be impossible to tell from their face if they feel agony or not, as they lack faces. Instead of eyes, noses, or mouths, a gaping void occupies the space between their thin hair and formless jaws. Gaping void. Okay. They generally ignore us as we move through the underworld, even if we bump into them, shove them, or even stab them, as Violet once did by accident. They continue to go about their aimless business. However, they are completely vulnerable to the songs of sirens, which causes them to be unpredictable things that often lead to them hurting themselves. To do unpredictable things, blah, blah, blah. In the worst of cases, they die. However, even if they die, death does not appear to be permanent for them, as they will reappear at the spot at which they died mere minutes after they perish. I feel the comparison to DDLC are inevitable. Dan kind of changed the meta of OELVNs. But I think we handled that meta change well with the script. OELVNs, something vision novels. We do love DDLC over here, but Higurashi was the main inspiration. That and Persona 4. Oh yeah. Oh, Muse's Personas then? Higurashi and Persona 4, huh? Okay, well, the Higurashi inspiration... I'm scared, bro. I'm scared, Jacob. OELVNs? I can surmise what the meaning is, but the abbreviation escapes me. A wisp? So, how do they know these things are called wisps? That's just a back of the head kind of question. The seed is an overwhelming source of negative energy. Being that it is guarded by the most powerful siren of all, it is natural to think that it may very well be a source of power for the sirens. Since the sirens appear to both symbolize and encourage the worst of both the wisps of the underworld and the humans of our world, then destroying the seed should eliminate the negative and perhaps the sirens with it. By proxy, this should eliminate the negativity of the town of Siren's Call as well. Laziness, anxiety, discontent, and fury could be things of the past, at least for this town. I suppose this would make us heroes in a sense, but I don't expect we would receive any sort of fanfare for it, being that the underworld and its trappings are not, nor should they ever be, common knowledge. I can't speak for the others, but this is fine for me. This sort of work tends to be its own reward. Original English language version. Oh, okay. Right. You know what? I probably should have been able to figure that one out. Original English language of the novels, they have been like that recently tending to lean over to the more I guess the DDLC like, you know, like as a genre. I don't know if that makes any sense, but that kind of present it as like a parody or satire or inspired by Japanese media and then have it have underlying dark tones. I guess it's also similar to like the Earthbound inspired indie RPG genre. I don't know. My words are coming out before the thoughts formulate themselves properly, but I'm throwing stuff out there. Vials of Samathi? Appearance, small glass bottles. Purpose, many but primarily sustenance. Huh. Given that he is Ashton's muse, it perhaps comes as no surprise that Caldera's appetite is just as endless and reckless as its wielders. Although seeing as the other muses need no form or food or water, I do not think Caldera eats things to sate the same sort of hunger that we feel as humans, but more to aid us. These are stands, aren't they? Or personas. Rather, Caldera is able and eager to use the heat and pressure within its body, his body, to effectively transmute things that he eats into other things. The vials of Samath are no exception, as they were produced by Caldera after he ate several scoops of gravel and sand off the ground of the ribcage. Huh. At first glance, these are ordinary, although beautiful glass flasks, and Andy opted to use one as a fancy water bottle. She had filled one with water from the human world and carried it with her into the underworld. However, when she took it out to take a drink, it was no longer clear as water, but rather had taken on a lime green hue. Judith tried to point it out to her, but Andy, of course, was not paying attention. This would prove to be insightful, however, as the cuts and bruises on Andy's knees started to close up and shrink before our eyes. Through experimentation, we discovered that other liquids can be transmuted in a similar fashion, including but not limited to coffee, ibuprofen, and gasoline. Is the transmutation of the liquids in the flasks an effect of the underworld, or of the flasks themselves? Perhaps a combination of the two. It is hard to say. More research may be required. Healing potions. Mana potions. Let's go. Nullifier. Appearance, modified headset. Purpose, defense against siren songs. Being that the sirens' primary means of attack is through their songs, when are we getting the prequel game, though? It became an exceedingly good idea to engineer a means to counteract it, if only to take the edge off of their disabling effects. The local electronics store had several noise-cancelling headsets on sale. Between Judith and myself, we were able to take the headsets and modify them so that we could block out the frequencies at which the siren songs most often sang most often. What? Reading. Of course, it does not protect against everything that the sirens are capable of, but it does afford us a fighting chance. Thankfully, our muses seem not to need them, which is a relief, because I have no idea how we would put a headset on a hedgehog. Hedgehog? We must never go to the underworld without wearing them, as they are our first line of defense against the sonic assaults of sirens. Prequel game is next, ideally? Really? What do you think you can do with the, What do you think you can do with the prequel game thematically to, for it to have... I guess the question is, do you want it to have a similar effect on people as this game, or is it more just like a jaunt into the underworld, like more of like just an RPG style game where you're trying to keep everyone alive? The Widowmaker. Appearance, bass guitar with red strings. Purpose, weapon for use against sirens. At first glance, the Widowmaker seems like an ordinary bass guitar in its original incarnation. It was an ordinary bass guitar. Our leader had it lying around and decided that it would be the best thing to use as a weapon against the sirens. Indeed, it is as good as most things of its size for battering and smashing. While the frame of the guitar is surprisingly sturdy, the original strings were not. They snapped shortly after a few swings. Our leader was content to keep using it despite its broken strings, but Violet had an interesting, if morbid, idea. To replace the strings of the guitar with the vocal cords of a siren. Judith and I set ourselves upon the rather baleful task of restringing the guitar. Oh, yeah. I can't give too much away, but I have the script conceptualized. Let's just say that. I see. Alright. Of course, I haven't finished this game yet, so I can't really say whether or not I'm looking forward to it or I'm looking forward to what it brings onto the story, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to like this game, so I am looking forward to whatever comes next. The procedure was unsettling, as was the end result, but I cannot deny its effectiveness. When our leader plays notes on the restrung guitar, the songs of sirens echo from the chords. So long as he can learn and remember the sequence of the notes, he can fight the sirens with the same songs they use against us. Of course, if all else fails, he can still swing it as an axe, as he previously did, and the vocal cords seem to never snap. This is pretty sick. This is a pretty cool concept. A bass string strung with the vocal cords of a siren. That's a pretty cool weapon. Razor Chrome Brush. Appearance, simple paintbrush. Purpose, weapon for use against sirens. It is no secret that that Violet has an affinity for painting. It stands to reason that she has quite a collection of brushes made from the hairs of many different animals, including squirrels, hogs, and goats. Since Violet has no experience in martial arts or using any sort of weapon, she decided to bring a hog bristle paintbrush with her into the underworld. In all fairness, the bristles are strong and flexible, which are good qualities for a weapon to have, but its range is pitiful and lacks any sort of edge or weight. It is poorly suited for harming anything but a fragile canvas. This would change, however, when she decided to weave bits of a siren's hair into the brush, and then sharpen it through a treatment of turpentine and aluminum. Oh, hang on. Methinks I'm about to get ganked by family. I'm gonna keep reading and hope they do not burst through my door. Now the brush is actually sharp enough. Now the brush is actually sharp enough to pierce skin and muscle tissue with enough force. Additionally, because the brush still holds paint and paint-like substances, Violet also brings several brightly colored solutions for her into the underworld. These solutions resemble paint, but they are most certainly not, as hydrocarbon-based paint poisoning is not nearly as fast-acting or as deadly as the ailments Violet inflicts upon Sirens with those solutions. Okay. So the Razor Chrome brush is kind of like a... It's like a strange modern take on your kind of poison dagger-wielding rogue character. That's interesting. Very resourceful. Bat out of hell. Heavily modified baseball bat, weapon for use against Sirens. Only Ashton would think of it was a flamethrower baseball bat! To create a veritable Franken weapon. I don't think a weapon like this could ever be safe for the wielder, despite Judith's best attempts. I myself would question its effectiveness, since the fire is often superfluous, but it certainly gets the job done. In situations where Ashton cannot get close to a Siren, he can simply spray fire all over them. I really don't know too much to say here. I don't have much to say here. The weapon speaks volumes for itself between its insane concept and its hacky construction. At least it doubles as a torch in dark areas, so there's that, I suppose. Ashton's choice of weapon is monkey. Respect. What the fuck? This is even more monkey. Indomitable fist. Appearance, cloth wraps. Purpose, weapon for use against Sirens. Andy's belief was, and still is, that the human body is the greatest weapon of all. In some ways, I find it hard to disagree, as the body can be strengthened repeatedly, repairs itself often, and cannot be stolen or knocked out of one's hand. She has some knowledge of Taekwondo and Muay Thai, so it follows that she would use her fists and feet to fight the Sirens. While this does mean that Andy needs to be closer up than any of the rest of us, right in the face of a Siren, for those that have faces anyhow, she can also get into and out of that range with amazing speed. Sometimes I think she gets a bit too excited when throwing sequences of punches and kicks. It could be mistaken for savagery to those who don't know her, but I cannot blame her for applying 100% of herself in a fight for her life and the lives of others. She just punches them, huh? Built different. What the hell? It's a katana. Onimaru Kunitsuna. Appearance, ornamental katana. Purpose, weapon for use against Sirens. I concede it's not the real Onimaru Kunitsuna. Otherwise, it would not have cost only $200, and the mere act of holding it would probably be an international felony. Even so, it's close enough for me. The satisfaction that comes from drawing and sheathing that blade, the blade has never ceased to please me, even after 6 years of practice. Now, all of that practice pays off as our endeavors into the underworld afford me an opportunity to use it against the Sirens. It is said that the samurai of ancient Japan would slay not only the enemies of their ruling daimyo, but also the Oni, or demons. Although the underworld is a name that we have transposed upon the nightmare residing within the locker, the Sirens are certainly demonic in appearance and perhaps even in nature. Andy is just built different. That means that this sword is a rather perfect fit both for myself and for the task at hand. All I must do is ensure that the edge is well maintained, as that too is an aspect of Bushido that comes with respect to the blade and to oneself. Emil studied the blade! Star Chiffier Mark IV. Appearance, potato cannon. Purpose, weapon for use against Sirens. What? After a few hilarious failed attempts, Judith and I managed to construct a potato cannon using an old leaf blower and some spare parts from Ashton's dad's garage. It is simple enough in its construction, as it is a cannon that shoots potatoes at over 100 miles per hour. Judith can fire other things from it, but potatoes have proven to be the most cost-effective ammunition. Due to a slight glitch in the combustion components that launch the potatoes, the cannon also superheats the potato itself. It's a hot potato launcher. The bad news is that it needs to cool down between uses, but the good news is that the potatoes wind up exploding shortly after they emerge from the cannon's barrel. This is rather effective for dealing with groups of Sirens, as they are not affected by the force of the explosion or by as they are not unaffected by the force of the explosion, or by the scalding burns of piping hot potato mush. This is a ramshackle bunch of teenagers trying to fight demons in hell. I see. All right. Oh, reading simulator over. Back to it. Back to visual novel, which is basically just reading simulator anyways. Even more than usual, the inside of the house is spacious and inviting. And in case it's been forgotten, we've just been dragged to Judith's house to talk to her by Andy, skipping over a meal at the library, but that's probably fine. Welcome back, sis. I breathe in the cool air as Judith greets her sister from the kitchen. The sweet smells of vanilla extract and chocolate fill my dry nostrils. Let's go. Andy slaps my back and gives me a thumbs up. I feel like she's whispering this. Good job cooling down from our run. I'm gonna go change and jump into the pool. Judy folded your swimsuit this morning and put it in the same spot as last time. So make sure you change quick and have her go out with you, alright? Without another word, Andy dashes away from me and toward her bedroom, running past the kitchen in the process. Hey, sexy! I brought the captain over, so hurry up with that. What? He's here already? Why didn't you call me? I still have so much left I need to do. Adapt! You're so mean. I can hear Andy laughing maniacally in the distance as she runs up the stairs and slams the door to her bedroom shut. I'm never allowed to voice females again. I peek around the corner. Sorry, I'm drinking water. Stay hydrated, everyone. I peek around the corner into the kitchen and wave sheepishly to Judith. Judging by the appearance of things, as well as the gentle scent of baked goods drifting out from the oven, she appears to have been here for a while. Hi. Those cookies in the ovens were supposed to be a surprise. I'm sorry, but could you go sit over there or something and look away for a couple of minutes? I'm just gonna put these extra ones in the fridge so it won't take long for me to finish. I promise it'll be quick, so look away for a bit, please. Character wears long sleeves. Character wears long sleeves. Panic. Alarm bells ringing. God damn it. God damn it, Jacob. Yo, as you wish. Princess Bride reference. Let's see if we can help her. I'm saying knowing that I probably won't be able to help her, and I'm gonna regress to pick all these options again anyways. You wanna help me bake? Are you sure? I didn't know baking was something you were even interested in. Alright, where's my gallery? Is gallery only in the main menu? Wait, no, that's a terrible idea. It's not allowed. These macarons are for you. Are for you. I have to bake them, otherwise they won't be a gift anymore. I look around the kitchen. Not only is the room an absolute mess, but the counters are completely covered with platters of cooling macarons. It is an absurd amount of sweets. He's easily been in here since morning. If I came here earlier... No, it was afternoon when we started. I was wondering if I could catch her in the act. I guess there is a course of action where you come here before Andy gets here, right? The gallery is in settings. Finally, somebody got that it was a Princess Bride reference. It was! Let's go! It's in settings? Alright. Don't worry, I got you. Princess Bride based. There it is. Yo, we have the Kimi no Na wa rocket from the beginning. A perfectly normal rocket. The symbol of human ambition. Gotta say, pretty interesting monologue to start the game off with. Here's Miss Lawrence. Back when life was good. We've got Art of Judith. Done by Asechi. Wait a minute. Alright, okay. Every part of this outfit was handmade by Judith herself. What? Unlocked by investigating everything in Violet's house during the opening act. Yeah, I did my due diligence. Oh my god. They've got stat pentagons? Dude. A graphic used in the game's trailer detailing some information about Andy. Choose to spend some time baking with her sister. My friend breaks bottles over her muscles as if she could become the jagged floor and make a better home beneath her skin. Is this a poem? To understand her rash and loud attempts at saying I'm fine, I am strong is to know the nagging fear that follows childhood. The deer tick gorge on her blood. The something. Stats, baby! What the hell? She's not everyone's mom, but her kindness is low. I love these. Oh man. I swear muses are just stands. Still, it does sound really fun making something together. Even after all this time, we've never done anything like that before. Today should be as fun as possible, shouldn't it? Okay, I'd really like that actually. We can just give the extra macarons we make to Andy. That way, these other ones are still a gift. There's probably more than enough for you at this point anyway. In hindsight, I might have gone a bit overboard. Oh well, what's done is done. Judith opens up the cupboard and pulls out a solid black apron. Let's go! Oliver apron outfit unlocked. Put this on and we'll get started. Just be careful around the oven though. I've already burnt myself a couple of times. It's a lot easier to do than you think. Judith, please, I worry, man. I worry. I wrap the apron around my back and strike a goofy pose for her in the middle of the kitchen. Let's go, Oliver. You're so sweet for offering to help. Let's bake. Oh. I do my best to help Judith in the kitchen. After a few minutes, however, it becomes painfully obvious that I have no idea what I'm doing. Now put that cream in the piping bag and pipe it onto the cookies. Make sure it's nice and even. Perfect. Even so, she doesn't seem to mind. If anything, she seems to enjoy walking someone through the process of making these things. I put the last batch of macarons in the oven and begin cleaning the dishes while Judith wipes down the counters. I'm kind of a disaster in the kitchen, so I get you, Oliver. We talk about everything while we clean. From our adventures over the summer to her sister's absurd mannerisms. She's built different. It's probably the most I've talked with anyone all day, but that's just the way Judith is. Other than Violet, she's easily the person I've always gotten along best with. It's that infectious kindness of hers. She could charm a siren right out of the ocean if she wanted. Siren? Yay! They're done! Don't even think about touching the oven though. I'll pull them out for us. True to her word, Judith coaxes the macarons out of the oven and places them on top of the stove in one swift, elegant motion. Oh, these ones turned out great. Come on over, Oliver. Breathe it in. Oh, I actually blocked my ear doing that. Whoops. I do as I'm told and walk over to the stove. He's right. The chocolate of the cookie mixed with the smooth vanilla aroma of the cream is unquestionably seductive. It's a bit overwhelming though, especially at this range. God, I love baking. Even my sister isn't that much of a jerk to me after she eats one of these. I don't know, I'm paranoid, I'm suspicious of everything. It's almost like magic. How much better she treats me afterwards. But I guess that's why they're called sweets. Oh, Judith. Judith inhales, her eyes fluttering with pleasure in the process. If only we could have solved our problems with something as simple as baking. Oh well, too late now. What's done is done. We should probably go jump in the pool. I'm sure Andy wasn't expecting us to stay here this long. Regress. Regress mechanic really just there to stop me from having to save, and I'm still gonna save. Do you mind if I... let's go as you wish first. Wesley style. Judith smiles sweetly as I make my way back into the living room. She asks me the same questions everybody has been asking about college, probably knowing we don't have much time for a super deep conversation. I give her the same responses I've been giving everybody else, and our polite little talk comes to a close. Alright, we should be good now. I'm almost done. Alright, well... I know which option we're gonna stick with. We're gonna stick with the top one after we read what this one is. Oh, right. I guess that makes sense. No reason to stay in here and do nothing if that's not what you want. It wouldn't have been long, but I guess Annie's already heading out there, so... I've got my hands full. Judith, please! Judith! Chill! Oh my god, fine, I'll regress. Holy shit. I feel so bad. Alright. Whoops. Fuck. Wait, it's... Hang on. I don't know what... Yeah, that's on by... That was... Let me run you through my thought process. That's on by default, so I thought, since normally visual novels have don't skip unseen dialogue on by default, I thought it was... Anyways. We skipped some dialogue, hang on. My scroll was kind of broken right now. Alright, here we go. Heartbroken. PN, dude. I cleaned your swimsuit, by the way. It's in the bathroom, next to the sink. Give me a second to shove these in the fridge, and I'll meet you outside. I grab my swimsuit from the bathroom and start changing into it. As I put my shirt over my head, a putrid stench floods my senses. Andy was right. I smell terrible now. I completely forgot about that. What's wrong with me? I definitely smelled this bad when I was baking with Judith too, and yet she never mentioned it once. Another act of kindness, for sure. How strange it is that every single time I finish interacting with that woman, I end up feeling more and more in debt to her. A slick, slimy kind of guilt bubbles up inside as I pull my swimsuit over my legs. It's funny how something as disgusting as guilt can be born from kindness. Chill, Oliver. Funny, but not unusual in the slightest. Probably hates her. She probably hates her so much. He probably hates her so much, I think, as I leave the bathroom. She probably hates her so much. Pronouns. Alright, so we've got a few different combinations of pronoun, like, people we can think here, right? We can think maybe Judith hates Andy, Andy hates Judith, or another permutation, Judith hates Violet. Or maybe I'm just overthinking. He probably hates her so much. I throw my dirty clothes into the washing machine and make my way over to the pool. Yeah, my brain... My brain is settling on Judith Violet because of like a love triangle. That's more of a love line and a dot that can't interact. August 12th afternoon. I see a pair of muscular legs sticking out of the pool, flexed and unwavering. Let's go! Annie is probably seeing how long she can do a handstand on the water again. That is metal. If you do a handstand on the water, it's like... It's tough because you have to constantly be blowing out of your nose. Otherwise, the water will just rush in, and it's really unpleasant. As I make my way into the pool, her legs finally cave in on themselves and dip underwater. Listen, Andy. Is there a bind for hiding the dialogue box? I tried H because that's the Renpai one, but we will see. 52 seconds. Damn it! So close. Oh, hey, Captain. Is Judy still baking? You didn't just leave her alone in there, did you? I don't know what's wrong with me, but like my first instinct was like, my first instinct was like, mommy. Brain rot, dude. Right click. Nice. Fuck, my brain's all out of sorts now. Sorry it took so long, I couldn't find the sunscreen. Judith half runs, half skips over to the pool, gingerly dipping her body into the cool, clean water. You spent that long putting on sunscreen? Why? It's not even hot today. You know I burn easy. I'm just being cautious. I still don't get that. I don't burn at all, Judy. And doesn't the whole being my twin thing mean we basically have the same stuff going on or whatever? What makes you so frail? Frail is a pretty mean way to put it. You just get outside a lot more than I do, so your skin's adapted to the sun. That's all. Guess so. Andy shrugs, jumping up a little bit and does a front flip into the pool. That is dangerous. After a second or two, her legs are sticking out of the water again, signaling to us that she's done talking. This face makes me nervous, man. Judith, now ever closer to me, sinks down a little and starts floating on her back. Hey. You pull me around the pool for a bit? Fuck yeah, dude. I'm probably just tired, but I don't really feel a lot like swimming right now. Dude, anything for the homies. We can just drift for a while, right? You don't mind? I don't mind, but I meditate for a bit on why it is that everybody always gets so physical whenever they swim. Maybe it's because of the initial weightlessness that comes with being in water. It's a freeing sensation, I suppose. Something relaxing enough to make even the most jaded individual feel light and reckless. Because someone on our Discord also had the same thought. Ah! Or maybe it's just the chemicals in the pool making us feel loopy. Chlorine. Whatever it is, I don't really care, and drag my friend's body across the surface of the water. Judith enjoys it at first, her bouncy laughter filling the stagnant Florida air whenever I move around in a way she doesn't expect. But as the water settles and the heartless sun bakes overhead, things once again grow silent between us. And so I simply drag her around, doing only what's expected of me. It's kind of bittersweet, I was gonna say, and this is probably gonna hammer that home. All I can think about is how you're actually leaving today. And how there's a very real chance I'll never see you again. Unless I keep myself busy, that's the only thing I'm able to really think about. It's been like that for a while now. After we destroyed the seed, I guess there wasn't much left to distract me. No adventures to have, no sirens left to fight, no mysteries to solve. I did my pre-class reading, so I know what she's talking about. The sirens are the monsters, and the seed is the source of negativity in the underworld. Boom. Vindication for being a nerd. No people to protect. The only thing left in my life was the mundane reality of your departure. But if all that's left is normalcy, then shouldn't I be happy? Because that's what we were fighting for, right? For the people in Siren's Call to be normal again. That's why we all risked our lives. And it worked. Our gamble paid off. In spite of everything, the people here are normal again, and it's all because of us. I should be ecstatic. But even though we won, even though everyone is so much happier now, you're still going to leave. And nothing can be done about it. At least against the Sirens, I could always fight back.
Judith, please.
I could always fight. But not this. I can't fight. I can't. How do the Americans say it? I can't fight this. All I can do is get dragged along. You know? I thought about just embracing it, this helpless feeling I have. But I guess that's kind of hard to do when you're related to someone as stubborn as Andy. Can't really be a quitter. I'm pretty sure that's why I'm opening up to you like this. It feels like the last time I can really do short of just saying goodbye. That's still pretty pathetic though, isn't it?
Yeah, let's go, Andy! 58 seconds, baby! Oh, damn it.
Oh, man. God! I don't get it. Why do I have such shrimpy lungs? For the record, if anyone's keeping track at home, I can hold my breath on the water longer than Andy can. I used to do swimming. A lot of it. I'm a pretty proficient swimmer, and my lung capacity is kind of nutty. Judith lightly... Put me above in the tier list. Alright, I'm done. I'm done talking about it. Judith lightly shakes herself free from my grip and looks up at me. Alright. Your turn. You can float around for a bit. I'll believe. Actually, this sounds amazing. I've never done this. I've never, just floated in a pool and had someone, pull me around. Because I've done a lot of swimming, but it was mostly swimming. And it was, lessons and competition, things like that, right? Swimming as, something practical. Never just gone... I've rarely gone to the pool just to chill out. I bet this would be fun. Or at least, calming or whatever. Having your ears below water is a really surreal sensation. And it's kind of nice. I flip onto my back, letting Judith grab a hold of my ankles. Her grip is tight, just like the plaster of a cast. And yet she ends up dragging me around the pool aimlessly. Moments like these are really a blessing, aren't they? Just being able to be in the same place as your best friend. Being able to do all the nothing you want for someone you love. Oh, it's cozy? Yeah, I bet. I don't think there's anything more worthwhile. Sunsetting, dude. I really don't. But if this normal little moment of ours is such a blessing, then why can't I enjoy any of it? Dude. Andy outfits, man. Iconic. Guess it's time then. I pressed right click instead of left click. That's my bad. Shame you couldn't stay a bit longer. But you're an adult now. You've got junk you gotta do. And we can respect that, right? Yes, of course. Bring it in, Slim. Andy closes in and gives me a firm, commanding hug. Thanks for spending some time with my sister. It might not feel like it, but trust me, you did the right thing. Andy pulls away and hands me a water bottle. Whatever you end up doing in Asheville, I want you to stay hydrated. Being an adult isn't going to be easy, but I've seen what you're capable of. As long as you remember your training, then I'm sure you can get through anything. I'll see you soon. Fucking clap. Right. Thank you for being my friend. Please, take these with you and eat some after you've moved in. Oh, the chocolate macaron! Judy's macarons. These should still be your favorite, right? It doesn't matter that you're not eating them on Sunday, does it? Sorry, I wish I could have made you something a little less perishable. That's why they're gift wrapped, I guess. At least this way, you left something from me once the cookies are all gone. I wish I could do a bit more though. I wish. Oh man! Judith dives into me and buries her head in my shoulder. Oh man! You're a kind person, Oliver. Never let anybody make you think otherwise. Good, but, I mean... I'll see you soon. Stay sweet. Jacob. Jacob, you better not fuck me over, man. I'm getting attached. This is the #1 mistake you can make in a original English language visual novel. Judith pulls away and dashes back into her house. Andy, as spartan as ever, gives me one final thumbs up before following after her sister. Journal pages 18 through 24 have been recalled. Reading time! We have 4.2 hours left. Alright, I haven't said goodbye to Violet or Emil yet. Emil is 20 minutes away because we're here. And I assume Violet's probably at her house? Yeah, probably. Alright. You got plenty of time. It's time to meet our boy Emil, baby! Look at this guy. Of Mice and Men. I can't wait for Emil to make literary references that I don't understand. Watch out! College boy coming through! Somebody I don't recognize says something to me while I'm walking. As nondescript and generic as the moment is, I still make an effort to smile and wave as we pass each other by. Alright. But before we meet Emil... small break from the exciting to bring you 18 to 24. What did I miss here? Alright, the ribcage. When our leader first told us that there was a locker that led to an alternate dimension, I thought he was insane. However, when I beheld the dark portal within the locker for myself, I knew then that the locker was the insane one. I would prove to be even more insane as I followed him. As my left foot remained on the steel floor of the locker, my right plunged forward onto something that looked like gravel, but gave like flesh. Rigid and slightly spongy, but unyielding all the same. I can't wait. Who told you? Was I right? I'm in your head, Jacob. I'm in your head. Is this what it would be like to tread upon a corpse? The branched veins running along the ground, the bluffs and even the air certainly support that idea. The act of simply walking in this world still makes my stomach coil. Thankfully, I am not alone in feeling this. The ground is barren of flora and comprised entirely of this corpse gravel. It seems to stretch on in canyons for miles in what appears to be the 4 cardinal directions, or at least I think. It's hard to say for sure regarding directions because there is no sun. The closest thing to it is a fragmented, shimmering glow in the crimson sky. It seems appropriate to call this place the ribcage. Not only does it feel quite dead, but it also seems to lead to many other places. Like a hub world. 78 degrees Fahrenheit, hang on. 78 degrees Fahrenheit to Celsius. 25. That's like a nice, reasonable temperature. Humidity mild, visibility high. Pandora. The vein-laden hill stands roughly near the center of the ribcage. If one makes the climb to the top, a noticeable rise of temperature can be felt. Logically, I would think that a rise in elevation causes a drop in temperature, but perhaps the underworld is not the place for logic. At the highest point of the hill, a solid black sphere is suspended in the air, roughly 2 meters off of the ground. The sphere is surrounded by on 4 sides by slates, the remains of the sirens, and yet no siren dwells here. The sphere itself reflects no light, makes no noise, and is as large as a construction vehicle's wrecking ball, possibly even a bit bigger. All of us were afraid to draw too close on our first visit. Even Ashton had to work up the nerves just to throw a stick at it. It bounced off and didn't seem to have any effect. Thankfully, the veins running up the hill fray off into brittle trees just before reaching the sphere. Oh, it had no effect, thankfully. Blech. And so even the underworld itself is afraid to touch it. All of this only begs the question. Just what in God's name is it? Is it part of the underworld? If not, how did it get here? Is it alive? If so, does it feel? Or is it something completely inanimate? Too many questions for too many unknowns. But given the nature of the underworld, so far, I'm going to consider it dangerous until further notice. Tampering with it could be like opening Pandora's box, or sphere, as it were, in this case. Temperature 84 degrees Fahrenheit. That's like, it's getting a bit warm. Ravager's Trenches. One of the 4 canyons of the ribcage led us to this horrible place. A thick fog blankets the air, as though the small glimmer of light in the sky wasn't already hard enough to see. It chokes our pores. It's very hard to take a full breath. There. My brain. Not that we'd be too keen to do so. The stench of sulfur is inescapable. Trenches and rivers have been carved into the ground every few hundred feet or so. Each of them is filled with soldiers, hardly humans as they are black and wispy in appearance. Not one of them pays us any mind. Above the screams of their rifles and artillery, the serene song of a siren fills the air. Whenever the soldiers are not in a trench, they are making the charge towards the center of the battlefield, where the siren Akarana resides in peace amidst a hurricane of bullets, shells, and toxic gas. Miraculously, not a single round hits her, but I do not think they're aiming for her. Rather, they are enchanted by the song to charge without abandon into the battlefield and kill each other endlessly. From the shadow of the trenches, more soldiers emerge indefinitely and continue to march to their doom. And yet, they must not view it as such. Each one dies with a smile on his wispy face, as though they are somehow enjoying this. We can't allow this to continue. We need to make our way across this battlefield and halt Akarina's song. Okay. So assumedly the siren is causing conflict in the above world as a result of its actions in the below world. Hang on, I'm putting on a jacket. It's getting pretty cold over here. And as we saw before, the wisps never die properly because they just respawn. That's why the battle is endless. Ice Ash Citadel. Another of the ribcage's paths has brought us to shadowy hills that soon become snow-capped mountains. Or at least, we hoped it was snow. Upon further inspection, it is actually ash. It boggles the mind how such a copious amount of ash could be scattered across these mountaintops. Still, whether it is ash or snow, the cold bites at our bones and takes our breath away. Even Andy stopped calling us warm-blooded weasel bait when Judith pointed out that she, too, was shivering. The vein-laden road ends in a drawbridge that leads to a massive castle. From the apex of the castle's highest tower, the undeniable song of a siren rings out. Certainly, it is the song of Leith. As we ventured through the castle's various rooms, sirens attack us from the slates that they rest upon. More worrying, however, is that the Leith's song spreads throughout the entire castle through the use of a network of pipes that provide some kind of sonic enhancement. Thus, the effects of the songs are felt on us despite our countermeasures. We first noticed this when Ashton seemed to have forgotten that Caldera can use magma to attack the Sirens. At first, we thought he was playing the fool, but when Violet forgot Ekena's name, and I forgot what I had for breakfast, not a jest, we knew that something was amiss. In the most extreme cases, Andy forgot how to use her legs. Ashton and I had to work together to ferry her forward until she could learn how again. It seems Leaf's song causes people to forget things. Many masses of ice are littered about the castle's interior, their shapes taking the form of anything from candlesticks to a human being. It is possible that there once were people and things entrapped in ice, but have somehow been removed without disturbing the ice mass that surrounded them. Whether that is the work of the Siren or something else, I prefer not to think too much about it. Temperature 10, visibility high, humidity low. Boundary of sin. I'm repositioning, hang on. The cranks and squeals of machinery echo off of the stone walls as we forge ahead into another region of the underworld. Rivers of molten gold flow from the orifice in the stone itself, much to the excitement of the living dead that populate this place. They reach in and scoop the liquid gold up into their chalices by hand, melting what remains of their flesh in the process. They do not seem to mind it, in fact. They delight as they take their gold-filled chalices to the pedestal of the far end, where the Siren Phlegethyn resides. Phlegethyn? The chalices are offered as tribute. Phlegethyn then chooses the one with the fullest chalice to join her with her on a slate, where he or she is then delighted to be violated in indescribable ways. Wow. Those who are not chosen appeared envious at best and livid at worst. However, Phlegethyn's song soon urges them to do any number of things. The angry and envious take out their wrath upon the chosen and sometimes even eat them. Once they are finished and nothing remains of the chosen, the cycle begins anew. Curiously, it seems that every door and piece of machinery holds a chalice just like the ones the living dead hold in their hands. Filling those chalices with liquid gold beckons the machinery to life. It seems we will need to use this machinery to somehow get the living dead away from Phlegethyn long enough for us to confront her. So I don't see any other way we could reach her. 97 degrees Fahrenheit, humidity high, visibility moderate. Vigorous mire. These are all the biomes. The dark canyon road ended as gravel soon gave way to what felt like swampland. We found ourselves standing on sparse bits of land amidst a marsh of vile fluid lacking a definite color. It was as thick as blood and as pungent as bile. If not for the fact that we faintly hear the song of the Siren, Kakitina? Kakitina? Kasitina? In the distance, we would have certainly turned back. As we arrive at a point where we must traverse the mud to get to the next patch of land, we find ourselves knee-deep in the sludge. Our skin slowly turns black and cold from our feet upwards, but recedes when we leave the sludge. As the blackness consumes, those parts of us grow empowered. Our strides are greater, we can lift heavier objects, and we can take deeper breaths, among other things. This is quite to Andy's delight. She chooses to remain in the marsh until it consumes her head, at which point both she and her muse turn against us. It is unfortunate. Knockout and resuscitation seems to be the only cure for this full-body corruption. And yet, the corruption seems necessary to some degree, as there are gates of petrified wood erected between some footprint-laden patches of land. Ashton and Andy both try to knock them down without the aid of the corruption, but to no avail. It is necessary to borrow the corruption, if you will, to knock them down so that we may advance. But harnessing the corruption's strength without being consumed by it is a delicate balancing act. It seems odd to add more deterrence to an already deterring place such as this. Who would, or could, do such a thing, and why? Could it be Constantina herself? Or someone else? Or perhaps something else? Temperature 55 degrees Fahrenheit. Humidity very low. Visibility? Oh, sorry. Humidity very high. Visibility low. That sounds freaking horrible. Chasm of the Seed. When disembodied heads of Acarina, Leith, Fledgethin, and Costatina are placed upon the slates that surround Pandora, they cry out in song. The 4 songs united cause Pandora to warp and shimmer before exploding in a burst of branches and veins. Thankfully, we are unharmed, but the branches twist and turn before taking the definite form of a tower that reaches out to the crimson sky. We climb the tower, enduring the trials and tribulations within. At the apex of the tower, we find the Seed, an overwhelming source of negative energy. Unsurprisingly, it is being guarded by a Siren, perhaps even the Siren. This one is far more humanoid than the others, but she is still uncanny to behold, as her singed skin struggles to cling to her bones, and yet she does not seem to be in pain. As the skin hangs down, we see that the tendons of her body are actually not tendons at all. They are vocal cords. Every inch of this Siren's body is capable of song. This makes her the most dangerous one we have faced thus far. This is where it ends. In order to destroy the Seed, we must also defeat the Siren. We've come too far to fail, although I won't pretend to be invincible. Either way, this is our journey's end. Today, we will vanquish the negativity within the hearts of the people, or die trying. So did they see the Siren and then retreat so that Emil could write this entry? Or is he just mid-battle, like... Today, we will vanquish the negativity within the hearts of people, or die... Emil, you want to help us out here? Give me a second here. Temperature 82 degrees Fahrenheit, humidity. I find myself at the local library. Speaking of Emil, it's your boy. Lucky for me, Emil is here too. As absorbed as he seems in reading. Oh. I can't help but feel as if he was aware of my presence the moment I stepped into the lobby. Ah, you're here. Excellent. Glad you could make it. We'll have to keep our discussion down, unfortunately. There's a chess tournament happening over on the other side of the library. Did you finish your copy of the book, perchance? That would 100% be in character. Emil... We need Emil to fight, but he's too busy making literary references and writing in his journal. Almost I'm at the last chapter. I see. Well, it's no trouble. I was about to finish my second read through anyway. So that should give you time to finish up. What if I said I finished it though? We gotta press every button, man. Fantastic! There's lots of juicy stuff in here, and I really would like to dig into it with you. Namely, Mersault. I'm interested to see what you thought of him as a character. Just give me a second to go to the bathroom, and then we can get started. Are we doing book club with Emil? By the time I take my seat and fish out my copy of The Stranger, Emil has already made his way back to me. The Stranger, you say? I am Googling it right now. Hang on. Alright. 1942 novella by French author Albert Camus. Albert Camus. That guy... This is the guy that had one of the opening quotes, right? The... Fiction is a lie through which we tell the truth. That thing. Well, whatever the quote was. Alright. I guess I'll have to go check that out afterwards. Or just pause the visual novel to go read The Stranger right now. After a brief acknowledgement of his presence, he sits down across from me and begins reading. The technique that the author uses is remarkable. He writes in such a way that, although Mersault is detached, he's still quite relatable. Hardly the heroic type, though. I got ganked by family. Apparently, I wanted to try clothes on, but I could do it later. While he is technically the protagonist and is clearly in a pitiable situation, I can't say he deserves what happened to him. Tell me, what do you think of what Mersault's greatest sin was? I didn't read the book, Emil. Hey, putting me on the ropes here. Alright, hang on. I'm gonna read a plot summary real quick. I can't leave my boy out to dry here. I gotta hang on. No, this is too much. You know what? We're gonna end up clicking all of them anyways. Okay. I see. What did I press? Shit. You know what? Fine. It was. It's fine. Oh. I agree to an extent. I have trouble recalling a single moment in the work where he chooses other people's needs over his own desires. It's a bit childish in a way. After all, he is a grown man. You should know that sometimes you have to play the game. You cannot live a fulfilling life in on carnal pleasures alone. Smoking, drinking, and sex can only get you so far. You need to have some sort of meaningful connection with the people around you. When that old man's dog disappeared and Mersault made zero attempt to comfort him, it taught me everything I needed to know about his character. Even if your sympathy is fake, you should still act on it. Relating to others is how you form connections, after all. And as social creatures, connections are what give our lives meaning. They are what help us reach out and find the truth. Mersault should know this, and likely does, but feigns ignorance in the pursuit of his own desires. It's not something worthy of death in and of itself, but as even Mersault implies, it is a lifestyle that can ultimately lead to an early death. My question might have been a bit too reductive, though. I think our hero's fate could be ascribed to a conflux of different factors, rather than just one fault he might have as a person. I was gonna say. That was exactly what I was thinking, Emil. The actual murder, he shot that guy 5 times. I respect the pragmatic nature of that answer. In a purely legal sense, yes, you are correct. While one could argue that he is complicit in the violence against Raymond's girlfriend, the crime Mersault is charged with is, of course, murder. He might have been manipulated by Raymond, but ultimately his actions were his own. So yes, you are technically correct. And like Ashton always says, technically correct is the best kind of correct. Even so, that viewpoint doesn't give us much to chew on. Don't kill each other is a rather elementary message. So I'm pretty sure that isn't what Camus was going for when constructing the work. Still, musings aside, murder is a terrible crime. I can hardly fault you for thinking that it is Mersault's greatest sin. I'm sure the most dangerous minds in existence have fancied themselves as philosophers and intellectuals, and in doing so, lost track of life's most simple of truths. So at the end of the day, that viewpoint of yours might be the only one that truly matters. Emil, did you just call me simple-minded without calling me simple-minded? That's a rather spicy take. Oh, man. Society failed him. I'm not sure I entirely agree with the fatalist overtones of that statement. While he was given the gun by Raymond, Mersault is the one who pulled the trigger. Although I will agree that it's a bit surreal that his personality traits were ultimately what was used to prosecute him. So as much as I don't agree with the whole of your statement, it does present us with a glimpse of the truth. The world has no use for an estranged person like Mersault, and so he was instantly vilified in the court of his peers. The nail that sticks up is hammered down, as they say. But perhaps the swiftness of the hammer is an evil in and of itself. If society has no use for you, then you are purged from society. That's probably why there is so much pressure placed on people like us when we graduate. Still, As heartless as the world can be, ultimately we are the only ones responsible for our actions. Masot could have behaved in a kind manner, even if it was a fake kindness. He could have refused the gun. He could have... I pressed too quickly. He could have run away. But that's not what he chose. As I'm sure you know, choices are yeah, Neil. Choices are everything. I see what you're saying here. I think I'll stick with the society one. I am someone, maybe to a fault, that is keen on playing devil's advocate in most arguments. And it seems like, considering it not being Massault's sin, but rather the fault of society, is the devil's advocate argument when discussing Massault as a character. I'll stick with that one. I like that. Alright. The reality is, Massault is a man of many sins, so trying to narrow it down to one great sin is probably impossible for us. The only one who would know the true extent of his sins would be Massault himself. Or in this case, the author. I doubt outsiders like us are adequate judges. Still, it makes for a fun discussion. Yeah, I mean, even if you'll never know the true intent of the author, it's still interesting and maybe a good exercise to try to understand what it is, right? I'm glad Judith was kind enough to recommend this one to us. Emil holds up the book in his hands and smiles. As always, she has remarkable taste. I suppose it's no surprise that her preferred reading material turned out to be so divine. It's rather grim subject matter for such a classy woman, though. But I suppose this world is just full of little curiosities like that, isn't it? I'm starting to garble my words, says Emil. Emil checks his pocket watch, furrowing his brow in the process. Oh, I'm afraid we'll have to end it here, though. I didn't realize I had kept you for so long. I kept you waiting for so long. Don't worry, man. That's not your bad. There are a few things I have to let you know before we depart, however. Emil gets up from his chair and leans into next to me, lowering his voice as he speaks. My hypothesis was right. The underworld is now completely barren. I've been going in after midnight with Ashton to check for hostiles. Scoured every square inch of that place. Unfortunately, seems like limiting all of them did not have an effect on what time we can actually enter. We still only have that 10-minute window after midnight. However, for the time being, it's safe to assume there was a causality between the sudden death incidents and those monsters. For as long as things are peaceful back there, Siren's call should also remain safe. Emil moves back from my ear, now speaking in a much more relaxed tone. I'll likely be doing some more research on that environment after you've left. After all, there is still so much about it we don't know. So until that opening closes for good, I'll make sure our team is both informed and safe. I know this is likely nothing you aren't already aware of, but I figured you would gain some degree of comfort hearing this information from me directly. Especially considering recent accusations regarding your actions. Emil bites his lip and breathes out a heavy sigh. Accusations? How's that, by the way? I'm willing to observe if Violet's claims have any merit. If there is an objective and observable negative change in the population, I'll do my best to record it and report my findings. I will even take steps to reverse it, if that's possible. However, I don't know how much more time I have to gather data before the locker shuts itself forever. So, for the time being, I'll prioritize my field research. I don't know if you two are still together, but if you see her today, would you kindly let her know that I'm willing to be amicable about this, even after her assertions? Emil grabs my shoulders and stares intensely at me, as if his eyes were a shovel digging into wet soil. Know this. Even in your absence, we will keep this town safe. And no matter what is said or what ends up happening, we will keep you safe. What accusations? You have nothing to worry about. Emil pulls away and smiles. We should probably return our books now, seeing as you're not going to be back here for a while. Shall we then? We place our copies of The Stranger on the front desk and thank the librarian. Oh wait, whoops. Who smiles absent-mindedly as she accepts our returns. Emil, now likely done with his session at the library, escorts me into the lobby. I'm gonna take a drink of water real quick. Alright. Well, it looks like this is it. For now, at least. There's still so much I'd like to discuss. But I suppose it's better for us to wait until your next visit. In the meantime, I will do my best to act as your viceroy. If anything of note occurs in your absence, you can trust me to mail you the details as soon as possible. Emil walks over and shakes my hand, giving me his pocket watch in the process. Thank you for the great discussions. Yo, we got Emil's pocket watch? I acknowledge Emil's sincerity with a reassuring thumbs up. I'll see you soon. Bishop. Give me your phone number, guys. Please. I need your phone numbers. I only have Ashton's. I'm pretty much out of time, so I go back to Violet's house and pack the rest of my things. Eventually, Miss Lawrence comes home, and we load everything I own into her car. As we're about to leave, though, Miss Lawrence gets a dangerous weather alert on her phone. Apparently, a once benign tropical storm off the coast has swollen to the size of a massive hurricane, suspending not just my flight, but every flight going out of Florida. Okay. I was wondering how we're gonna keep this going, because I feel like there's still a lot more to be said in this game. Looks like I won't be leaving Siren's Call anytime soon. How unfortunate. So, dawn of the nil day. You have no nil messages. Check save messages, press 1 now. Goal, say goodbye to your friends. Investigate home. So I haven't... So do I have to double back after leaving to see Violet? This is... I'm very... Violet scares me. Wait, August 12th? August 12th again? Wait, was it August 12th? Hang on. Oh. Oh, fuck. Wait. Whoops. Quick saves aren't retained between saves. Don't worry, you'll get to see her soon. Huh. Thus. Alright, I screwed up. I thought quick saves were retained between saves. It's all... Yeah, alright. Hang on. We got dialogue to skip through. It's August 12th again, huh? Is this a Groundhog's Day kind of thing, or... Hey, yo, we get to see the swimsuits again? I should have made a hard save. I'm inting. Alright, yeah, so is it a Groundhog's Day style thing? Oh, what the fuck? I triggered a flag that flipped the code to unlock this location. Do I go there or do I reset? Okay, well, this is peculiar, but we're gonna have a conversation with Emil. in this timeline as well. But I did trip something, it looks like. Because that option was not there before. Finished it yesterday, Emil. Society. Alright. Will this bring me back home? Okay. Hmm. Alright. We're gonna hard save here now. So I don't mess up. No new wait, okay. No new messages though. So even though it's August 12th again, my answering machine is my answering machine retains all its memories. We'll just leave home. Okay. Let's visit everyone in the same. Wait. Takes 0 minutes to come back here, so we can just check to see if anything happens. Okay, not yet. August 12th again. That's interesting. Alright, so we're gonna check Ashton. If the dialogue is the same, I'm gonna load my hard save back here and then just beeline it towards this tree. If we see even a hint of the same dialogue, we're beelining it towards the tree. Okay, well, this doesn't count. Alright. Alright. We're beelining it to the beach, lads. Because I'm very curious what that is. It's called the safest place. $90-minute walk. Ayo? Give Miss Lawrence my regards when she gets back from Denver, alright? Somebody I don't recognize says something to me while I'm walking. Nondescript and generic as this moment is, still make an effort to smile and wave as we pass each other by. Alright. I'm ready. There she is. After all this time looking for her, it turns out Violet was simply painting something on the beach. I shuffle on over to her right as she's about to snack on one of those famous black bean burgers of hers. I don't have enough voices in my repertoire for this. Hey there, Oliver. Hey there, Oliver. Hey there. I plant myself next to her in the sand like normal. After I'm good and comfortable, Violet kisses me lightly on the lips and buries her feet a little in the sand. It's still really early in the day. I'm the first person you've come to say goodbye to then? How strange. Yeah, well, when I tried to say goodbye to you last, we just kind of disappeared. So, anyways. So anyway, why'd you come to see me now? Are you really done meeting up with everyone else? I thought for sure they'd want to hang out with you more. Let's be honest. I was looking for you. Yeah, that's fair. Sorry about that. I just needed to be somewhere lonely for a little bit. Something's wrong here. I can feel it. Yeah, What the? Something's wrong. And nobody really comes to this part of the beach anymore. Well, nobody but us, that is. It kind of feels different because of that. Helps me process things. It makes for good art. I used to be afraid of solitude, but now I think there's a weird kind of power to it. Knowing I don't need to be completely dependent on someone else to make sense of my experiences. That I can just be alone for a bit on the beach, paint, and then suddenly everything that's happened to us starts to fall into place. It's oddly thrilling. Still, I wish Judith and everybody else didn't just ignore me now. But if I gotta be alone, then I might as well make the most of it. Furious. They're still your friends, they don't hate you. Is that true? How can you be so sure about that? I feel like this is going to be what all three of the dialogues will lead to, right? Things should be fine after a while. What happened between Violet and the boys? They'll eventually see your point of view. Is that true? How can you be so sure about that? In this situation, I like the top one. Because things should be fine after a while. Things are probably fine now, I think. They're still your friends, they don't hate you. I like that messaging, and they'll eventually see your point of view. You don't necessarily have to see someone's point of view in order to not hate them, you know? They can still disagree with you. They can still not see your point of view, and you can still be friends. Considering I don't know the subject matter, though, that can probably not be the case. I know it's a great motivational tool, but sometimes too much conviction can be dangerous, don't you think? A little doubt here and there is probably healthy at this point. Take this painting I'm about to start for a moment. I know you're used to seeing me do landscapes, but this time, I'm going to try to capture the siren that almost ripped off Ashton's hand. Even though it was attacking him, seeing that happen was the closest thing. It was attacking him. Seeing that happen was the closest I think I've ever been to death. At least, consciously, that is. Naturally, I'm trying to turn that experience that's been swimming around in my head into something static and contained. That's my mission here. But if I get overly optimistic and think I've accomplished that goal when I haven't, then one day I could, I don't know, see some dog chewing on a pork bone or something and have a panic attack. Or start screaming after seeing some lions get fed at the zoo. But if I'm patient, if I take my time and doubt myself a little, then maybe I see something new in the paint that I didn't see before. And sure, maybe I won't like it. Maybe what I find won't even be useful. But it's better than just making my life worse by pretending that everything is fine. I'm ranting again. Look, the point is, the six of us have spent this whole summer being self-righteous and going fast. And now, everything's fucked. So I want to take my time for a little bit. That's all. You don't have to try and comfort me with hypotheticals. Neither of us know if everything's going to be alright in the first place. That's fine. I don't think these doubts of ours are as unhealthy as everybody makes them out to be. By the way, Oliver, there's something that's been bothering me. It's just... You've been listening to me talk about this stuff for quite a while now. Whenever you do say something, it's like... one sentence and then you shut up. We're getting meta? We're getting meta? You're not normally this passive. It's like you're spending all this time trying to think of the perfect thing to say. I mean, I'm flattered that you're trying so hard to be a good listener. But it doesn't exactly make for great conversation, you know? And, well, it kind of feels like I'm just talking at you and not talking with you, if that makes sense. Are you nervous about something, love? Has it been like this for you all day? I'm just not in a very talkative mood today. No, that's not what it is. See, right now, what you just said. You don't need to try to coddle me like that, Olive. Can't we just talk with each other like normal? Her name is Violet and my name is Olive. We're both colors. Damn it. This is exactly what I was trying to bring up at our last meeting. Everybody in town is speaking the exact same way. Maureen doesn't chat with me about art anymore when I go to buy groceries. She just says something like, nice purchase you made there, and hands me the receipt. It's the same with the mailman too, and even a bunch of my old teachers. For Christ's sake, Freaky Joy isn't even freaky anymore. It's like everybody but the 6 of us has been lobotomized. And now you're talking the exact same way. Is this my fault? Is this because we killed the seed? What exactly did we kill, Oliver? Damn it, we ended up acting too quickly. There was no reason why we had to try to solve this shit before you went to college. It was just another stupid, arbitrary goal we set to motivate us. That was a motif in the music. We just didn't want to do this without you. We were being selfish. We could have come back. We could have come back to it later. What is going on? We could have tried to handle things on our own. We could have told the cops what we thought was going on. We could have. Damn it, Oliver! Say something. Tell me I'm overreacting. Argue with me. Tell me I'm being silly. You don't have to be a hero anymore. You don't have to say something perfect. Just say something so I know it's really you. Please. Please just say something real. Fuck you, game. I'm doing it. I can't access my gallery. No. No, 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 no. Violet drops to the sand and starts breathing heavily. Let him go. I don't know who or what you are, but I'm sorry. Violet, I was told in the Steam reviews that this wouldn't get too meta. I think it's pretty meta. I'm sorry if we hurt you somehow. It wasn't personal. We just wanted to be heroes. We were just a bunch of dumb teenagers that were bored with our lives and wanted to be heroes. Okay? Okay, I'm sorry. We're sorry. Just let him go. I can handle the rest of the town without being brain dead, but not him. He still has so much life left to live. Why are you forcing him to be perfect? Click something real. That's your fault, Jacob. You know it's your fault. Wait, is it because we're dating? Is that it? I'm proud of you. Thank you. Is that it? Is that what triggered this? If so, that's stupid. We were gonna break up later today anyway. We have to. I don't care if we're together or not, as long as it means he can have his life back. But I'll do it. I will, I promise. But go on. Let him go. Violet, I can't... It's not in my hands. It's in... Wait, since you're here, I can blame you for the... This is Jacob's fault, not my fault. Violet walks over to me and grabs my shoulders. A desperate look painted over her pale face. You hear me? I said I'll do it. So let him go. He begins shaking my body violently. Let him go! Oh my god. Oh my... Jacob turned the lights off. I'm trying to find a button to let me save, but there's the one. Alright. We're gonna let him go. Blue sky's ahead complete. We're gonna let him go. What the heck? Was that an ending? What did we unlock in the gallery? The twins enjoying themselves at the beach. It kind of looks like Hana Makia. Yo, your boy Emil. Deep in thought as always. Early sketch of Violet. amongst some of the very first character art ever done in for Siren's Call. I like by saying something real to Violet in the opening act. Let's go! In the opening act. So that wasn't... That was the opening act. We just got booted to the... We got booted to the menu for some meta reason. I'm gonna press continue here. We're gonna keep it rolling. Oh, here it is. I'm 3 parts rotten cantaloupe, dropped from the rooftop by skate punks, and half of an overpriced churro, shared between lovers at theme parks. To some, I am a hero, but to everyone else, I don't know, man. It's kind of hard to tell. What am I? Category 1, Ashton. August 12th again? I knew it! I was thinking, if we let Oliver go, does he just become a character? That was just a prologue. Figures? So Oliver does just become a character if you let him go. And now I'm curious what would happen if I didn't let him go. We'll save that for later. Enjoy. Ah, yes, Jacob. I will enjoy. Oh, he's definitely more of a character now. So I'll probably just keep talking normally over him. Bone, shut up, please. Up. I'm gonna check my voicemails real quick. You have 5 new messages. This is the Miss Lawrence one. Don't mess this up, Oliver. Next message. Well, I didn't expect the Miss Lawrence message to be that short. You awake, bro? What the fuck was my Ashton voice again? It was like a back of my throat. You awake, bro? It's 10 and I haven't heard anything from you yet. Everything cool? Pretty sure Andy's gonna be on your ass like a deer tick if she finds you sleeping in like this. Not that I'd actually tell her or anything. I wouldn't do you dirty like that. Just let me buy you a burger or something, a crab bucket before you head out today, alright? I made sure my old man gave me the day off, so I'll be around there for a bit. Swing by when you can, I guess. Later, dude. Later, Ashton. That's different dialogue from before. Next message. Captain, if you're sleeping in today, I'm going to beat you. I swear to God, I'll tenderize your ass like low-grade steak. Kidding, of course. Sorry, I know you have trouble with jokes. Her eyes were red for that. That was a joke. Come on down to the park though, seriously. We need to exercise. I know you hate water, but bring some with you if you don't want to dry up and die. Or don't, your call. Bye. So, there's certainly, from these voicemails, that establishing a character for Oliver that he just didn't have earlier because the protagonist was like a self-insert. Oliver, it's Amir. I'm curious as to when you were planning to returning your copy. You were planning on returning your copy of The Stranger to the library. I know you're not normally on top of these sort of things, but given the circumstances, I'd imagine it's still something that's pretty easy to forget. And, to be frank, non-profit facilities like these need all the help they can get. To make sure you do the responsible thing and return it. Coincidentally, I'll also be there if you like to discuss anything before you leave. On that note, I'll see you soon. Leave your voicemails. End of message. I should have deleted it. Damn it. Next message. Oliver, I'm calling because... Oh, never mind. Just have a good time at college. Sorry if I woke you up. I'll hang up now. Bye. And Judith. A girl after my own heart, man. Yeah, that's about what I expected. Nothing from Violet, though. Pretty sure I know where she's planted herself anyways. Got time. Didn't keep everyone else waiting, though. Spice rack. Even some of these are empty. Even some of these empty, never used jars have labels on them. I guess Violet really went ham once they got this spice rack. Seriously, though, love nectar? I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. Like, Shimonetta? Shimonetta love nectar? Siren's cold in summertime. Perfect as always. Guess that's what all the kooks from up north say. No Asheville, though. Just one more day, and then I'm out of here. Just one more day. Very interesting. Should I just go ahead and wash these sheets now? Is Miss Lawrence gonna kick open the door, breathe in, and immediately know what went down? Would she even care? Hope not. That's one conversation I'm 100% not ready to have yet. Wait a minute. Did I sleep on the couch last night? Weird. Did Violet and I have a fight or something? What about debates? Why can't I remember? 100% a Shimonetta reference. Jakey boy, I knew it. I'd give anything if I could bring Violet with me. Miss Lawrence would probably love if I did that, wouldn't she? What's stopping me from just swallowing my pride and going Violet's way? Would it really be that bad? Would anybody care? That scene is legendary. True facts, true facts. Probably not. Mom and Dad see me gonna wash their hands of me. As for everyone else, I bet they think I'm a hero for even coming this far in the first place. Maybe I owe it to myself to follow her. At least that way I could probably see her again, right? Where's she going? Where's Violet going? She's going somewhere that makes her... Is she just gonna go to the underworld and stay there? I don't know. Why is this door not locked? You know, I don't think Miss Lawrence ever told me anything about if I could go inside a room or not. All she really seemed to care about was that I watch over Violet. It probably goes without saying that I shouldn't be in here. But still, as far as adults go, she's always been surprisingly lax about these sort of things. Does someone like her really have nothing to hide from us? Boy, this thing sure is obnoxious when it gets going. Here's the vibe always telling me when she's going to flip it on, though. Glad she's not part of the whole suffering will make you stronger cult like Mom and Dad are. The world is loud enough already. At least with Violet, I can prepare a bit before things start ripping into each other. Thanks, hon. You're my favorite herbivore. This is my poetry journal from before I started recording stuff for a meal, right? Yep, there they are, unpolished as ever. Still, they did their job. Remember, boy, if you want to understand someone better, try thinking from their perspective. Become them. Think like them. Speak like them. Write like them. Maybe I should just burn this. So that beginning before the start of the scene was probably Oliver's poem to represent Ashton. You sure are one flexible instrument, aren't you? You can stand out when you need to, or blend in the background like you were never even there to begin with. You can be whatever they need you to be. The only thing you have to worry about is being so damn forgettable. I won't forget you though. The last painting Violet made for art class sure was gnarly. Rusty fish hooks baited with brains and shit. Pretty far removed from all those happy little beaches and palm trees I'm used to seeing. You sure looked happy painting it though. Guess it feels nice getting something of that rough out of your system. Kinda makes me wonder how Miss Lawrence feels about some of these. A new image has been added to the gallery. Well, it's close to 5 a.m. here in Florida, so I've got to get some sleep. Hope you enjoy the rest of the game. I will enjoy it. Thanks for dropping by, Jacob. Very interesting to talk to you. I will leave home. Damn it, now that Jacob's gone, I can't blame everything on him. What the? The hell? Ashton's been snapped out of existence? It was the Ashton chapter, so I want to go to him first, but I guess we're going to him last, right? Why do they all look so, like, sad or angry in these pictures? Alright, we'll hit up Andy first. Hey kid, how's your lady friend doing? My lady friend? Do you mean Violet? Her name is Violet. Do you even know that? What sort of conversation is a comment like that supposed to spark anyway? Alright, so... Oliver is significantly snarkier now. Just as I thought, the park itself is mostly empty, save for a couple of kids running around the playground. Andy, of course, is aggressively doing pull-ups on the monkey bars. You know, there are kids here that would probably love to be climbing on those. Hated shirt. Now aware of my presence, Annie looks over to me for just a moment before resuming her workout. That's very different. Is it because of what Oliver said this time? Or is it because their relationship is just different, like generally different since Oliver is an actual character? Lies! Lies! And if that was true, then somebody would have said something. 27... 28... They're probably too polite to ask a grown woman to do anything like that in the first place. Well, if they're too polite to ask, then they're polite enough to wait. 29... 30. Okay. Andy swings backwards and flings herself off the monkey bars, her toned body barreling at me like a missile. Her impact with the ground shoots a wave of sand into the air, so massive that it almost reaches my chin. Given the proximity of her landing, I can't help but wonder if this is yet another example of her just being reckless, or rather, a display of her precision. And she sticks the dismount. Woo! Alright, now I'm motivated. You ready to go, Slim? I figured we'd jog around our normal route. That good with you? That's fine. I was expecting as much from your message. We don't really have a whole lot of time to mix up our normal routine anyway. Yep, sad but true. We'll do just enough to help you wake up, and then that'll probably be it, unfortunately. With this, Andy gives my behind a firm, reassuring slap, and begins jogging away. Damn it, Andy! Stop doing that! Andy yells over her shoulder as she exits the park. Don't get a big head. It's the only way I can make sure you still have a pulse. If you're mad, then come and get me, nerd. Once again jogging. Our route takes us all over the island. Andy's as demeaning as ever, but I don't know. It doesn't get to me as much today for some reason. Naturally, she slows down a little bit before we approach Ashton's house. You haven't met up with him today, right? Oh, yeah. Maybe he's actually being smart for once and resting up. Andy peeks over the dilapidated fence, staring into the dark grove of palm trees and ferns shrouding Ashton's home. No lights. Come on, Ash. Stop doing this to yourself. Don't you want to get better? I doubt he's pushing himself too hard, Andy. This old man's no slave driver. And Ash is probably just off doing something harmless with Emil before I go and meet up with him. Right, of course. He's just hanging out with Emil. Bro time. Got it. Andy slowly shuffles away from the property before forcing herself into a light jog. The gentle plodding of her footsteps soon becomes all I can hear as we push ourselves forward. Forward, and forward, and forward, and forward. Andy and I arrive at our resting point a bit later than we normally do. As I stretch my body against the tree, though, I notice something. Andy, for some reason, looks as though she's about to vomit. Are you okay? Maybe you should drink some water. I'm fine, obviously. I don't need water. I just had trouble swallowing for a second. Come on, we're not stopping here. I don't want to be anywhere near this hellhole. Let's move. Oh my god, she had like the small iris sprite. I don't have time to respond to any of this before Andy, clearly drained, begins sprinting away from the school. Even though my legs are numb with pain, a strange blend of concern and frustration pushes me to run after her. After what feels like hours, we finally make it back to the park. I find the nearest bench and collapse on it while Andy, unfazed from before, throws her right leg up on the picnic bench and begins stretching. Come on, Oliver. We've been over this. If you don't stretch after running, you're gonna be sore in the morning. Get up. You need to get in the habit of doing this. Give me a second or two. I feel like if I put any more pressure on my legs, something's gonna tear. That's the whole point. If you tear them, they grow back stronger. Man up. This is literally the last thing I need you to do today. Then you can make love to that bench for all I care. But then I get a splinter. Get off the damned bench, Oliver. Gah. Gah. You're so freaking stubborn, Andy. I hobble over the picnic table and begin stretching my hamstrings. Stubborn is just another way to say tenacious. Tenacious. If I wasn't tenacious, I'd never get anything done. And Andy is just your weird way of saying Angelica. And if you weren't Angelica, then maybe. So, you just called me Angelica. Which tells me you desperately want one or more of your bones broken. Now, why is that, I wonder? Do you hate exerting yourself so much that you want me to send you to the hospital? I could just break a finger or two. I don't have to shatter anything vital. Or maybe I'll break your heart instead and tell Judy what a rotten, lazy person you've become now that you're leaving us. Or how you told me to go fuck this bench. Oh my god, did you just swear? That's adorable. I didn't know you could do that. I thought it was something reserved for kids that actually hit puberty. Something you've clearly never been on the internet. Blah, blah, blah. Blah? Blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah. The two of us look over each other and begin laughing from deep within our core. That was cute. That was a cute interaction. And just like that, the hardened persona of my toughest nails coach crumbles. Couch crumbles under the weight of this absurd little moment. Oh man, oh man. I'm gonna miss this. Damn. You suck, you know that? You suck for making me laugh. You suck for leaving. Hurts, doesn't it? Yep, sure does. Nothing I can't handle though. Our laughter quiets down, giving way to the sounds of distant seagulls and the hum of vehicles on the road behind us. I don't know about Judy, though. Still not sure if she can handle it yet, to be honest. She's laughed that hard plenty of times. Remember when Ashton got his fist stuck in a mason jar and Emil had to butter his wrist? She almost passed out. No, dumbass. I don't think she can handle you leaving Siren's call. I don't know if she's emotionally prepared for that. Oh. I spend a second or two trying to congregate my thoughts. Well, if it happens regardless, I don't know what else to say. It's not like I'm really prepared for any of it myself either. I have a vague idea of what it's going to be like. Lectures, crowded cafeterias, gross bathrooms. Those things should be familiar enough. But other than that, I have no clue. Exactly. Oh! We're gonna get the tow line again. You get mugged outside the airport or drugged by one of your dorm mates because you snore too loudly. Literally anything could happen. Andy leans her head back and stares into the sky, like a turkey drowning itself in the rain. I guess that's why I'm always pushing you guys so hard. I want to make sure we're all strong enough to handle this shit. But now that one of us is actually leaving, I can't help but wonder if I did enough. Don't worry, I'll be fine. You can't guarantee that. Neither can you. Oh, really? Look at what I've built, Oliver. Do you honestly think that anybody is dumb enough to try and jump me at this point? It's a simple fact of nature that if you look strong enough, then that's enough to scare most people away. And if you actually went half as hard as I did during our workouts, then that should be enough to take care of pretty much anything else they try and do to you. But even with our muses, none of us were tough enough to handle this stuff on our own. I only wish I had a little more time to fix that. Andy turns her head away from the sun and grabs the bill of her hat, clearly awaiting a response. We're plenty strong though, Andy. We're all still alive, aren't we? Listen here, bench fucker. It's not good enough to just be alive. You need to be prepared for whatever has the power to rip that life away from you. You need to fight back when they try to feed that rusty frame of yours to the ocean. Right. Which reminds me, I know she might not have said anything to you directly, but Judy is obviously expecting you to spend some time with her today. Have you gone and done that already by any chance? Nope. I'll be honest. No, not yet. Well, I know what we're doing then. Andy grabs my arm and tries to yank me off the table. Freaking... Ow! Hang on, we're going to visit her now? You know it. You smell like crap, but you can always wash up in the pool when we get home. I'm sure my sister will be thrilled to see you. Let's go, Slim. We're not getting any younger, you know. Still a part of me that can't resist the gravitational pull of Andy's enthusiasm. That small voice in the back of my head urging me to relinquish control and follow her to Judith. Something primal. I imagine a moth, drunk off the glow of a faraway flame. However... Wait. Let go of my arm. Just wait a second. Like magic, I speak up and Andy immediately releases my arm. I'm not planning on going to see her just yet. There are still some things I need to do in Town Fest. I'm sorry. I leave the park as fast as I can, never giving Andy the chance to respond. Surprisingly, she doesn't follow me as I leave. Huh. Interesting. Can I go see Ashton now? I still cannot. What if I try going back home? It could just be nothing. Yeah, I don't want to just go do nothing, so I can go Emil, Judith, Violet, right? I mean, it's the obvious way to go, but I'm just thinking if there's anything more pressing to do than anything else. We'll go Emil first. Oh, we got a second CG for him reading. Need my journal entry. Alright, unlock journal entry 34, right? 70? What did I say 70? Genius. I got a call from Judith this morning saying I need to bring my swimsuit when we all go over to her house today. Apparently, her and Andy worked out some sort of deal. And the deal involves us spending one of our breaks every day exercising in the pool instead of just sitting around eating cookies. Not gonna lie, this stuff is already hard enough already. I'm not looking forward to an exercise regime on top of all the extra work. Still, I guess if things go poorly enough, we'll only have to do this once, maybe. Andy is a genius. Well, in her own way, I guess. I didn't realize how tense it was just sitting around and eating in between work sessions until I stopped doing it. Our second break was a snack break, and I don't know, this time around, it felt like waiting at a bus stop or something. But when I was in the pool, I couldn't think about anything else but swimming. It's like Andy kept us just busy enough to not be distracted. Was that her plan? I thought she was just being obsessive and wanted to get back to her old routine. But it turns out one of the benefits of being obsessive is you know the exact situations your particular obsession is useful in. Judy and Emil have done a lot to hammer out the logistics of this initiative. But when it comes to matters of the body and heart, maybe that's something we should get in the habit of asking Andy about. We should acknowledge that what makes her different from us. We should use it. Maybe that's what it means to actually work as a team. So this is about taking breaks in between working on the initiative to stop the what's it called? To like kill the sirens in the underworld. Judith is making them take breaks, exercise breaks instead of lunch breaks or snack breaks. It's interesting. Watch out! College boy coming through! That's all I am to you people, isn't it? Better not mess this up then, I guess. I find myself at the local library, domain of absolute knowledge as well as a weak, pervasive chemical smell. Oh my god, it's Oliver. Even if Emil isn't here, I can at least return my book so that the feds don't end up chasing me down. Oh, it's the boys! Thankfully, his presence in the far corner of the room ensures my trip here is, at the very least, an efficient one. I begin walking over, my friend looks up from his book and greets me with a curt wave of his hand. You're here! Excellent! Glad you could make it. Me too. I still want to talk about that book then. You still want to talk about that book then? Definitely. There's too much in here for us to ignore. We'll have to keep our destruction down, however. There's a big chess tournament happening on the other side of the building. And you didn't enter? Figured you'd be chomping at the bit, huh? For another chance to increase your ELO ranking, my Mr. Future State Champ. Normally, yes, but those sort of events typically take all day, and I didn't want to clutter my schedule. I'm sure you can discern as to why. Don't blush like that, Emil. You're making me embarrassed. Emil ticks up the left side of his face with a smirk, and I cannot help but do the same. You passed up easy money on my behalf, Emil. I'm honored. Yeah, currency is but a relic of the days. Pride is forever. And I wouldn't be able to handle the shame if I failed to send you off properly, now would I? Thank you, number 2. I appreciate that. Although I doubt you'd think so little of money if you had to, you know, actually pay rent or something. Delightful hypothetical, to be sure. One that I'm eager to explore in the coming months. There's no way you're excited to pay rent, my guy. You don't have to act big around me. I'm pretty sure we both know it's going to be terrible. Perhaps. But for now, we are young and free of debt. So, just give me a second to go to the bathroom, and then we'll get started, alright? Alrighty. Oh, and number 2. If you decide you need to go number 1 there by any chance, don't pull your pants down all the way when you're in front of the urinal. Somebody might walk in and see your butt. I start laughing so hard I'm barely able to complete my sentence. What the? That's fucked up. That's fucked up, Oliver. You can't just bring that shit up. I was 8 when that happened. Yep, that's what Ash told me. And you weren't even going to the same school as me yet, so I didn't need to. His description of the event was itself transcendent. Emil is such a smart guy and that I had to take the wind out of his sails every now and then. Otherwise, he'd just fly away. Well, I suppose pride is forever, then so is shame. We love you. Shut up. That... Alright. It's nice that Oliver is an actual character. Even though right now he's like just a snark protagonist, you know? Emil walks away, humbled but not completely put out. In fact, by the time I've sat down and fished out my copy of The Stranger, he's already begun making his way back over. He sits down across from me and we begin our discussion. The technique the author uses is remarkable. He writes in such a way that, although Mersault is detached, he's still quite relatable. Hardly the heroic type, though, right? Indeed. Well, he's technically the protagonist, and is clearly in a pitiable situation. I can't say he doesn't deserve what happened to him by the book's end. Tell me, what do you think Mersault's craziest scene was? Can I revert after this? I'm gonna play devil's advocate. That's too broad of a question. There's an entire potluck of things this jerk did horribly. So if we start dividing it into something that esoteric, we're gonna end up being here all day. But I've got something about the book that I've been dying to ask you specifically. You specifically, Emil. Oh? You don't say. Normally, Emil would be much more upset that I dismissed his musings so rapidly. But I know he can't resist a good challenge. He smirks as if to say, let's see if what you're bringing to the table is worthy of my palate. So, what is it then? What exactly is your question? Alright. So, okay. Sorry, I was a bit distracted when reading that because... I think Oliver's overwrote my choice. I think this little shit has some free will about him. Alright. So, every good story is a villain, right? Or at the very least, some sort of strong antagonistic force. Okay, yeah, and I was wondering if my choice would play into it later, so I was watching out for it to bring it up when it did, but I don't think it's gonna. But everybody in this book is so rotten I can't figure out who that person's supposed to be. So, in your opinion, who is this story's antagonist? Is that all it is? Well, the answer to that is obvious, Oliver. Heidi? Is it not the main character himself? Is it not Mersault? After all, his refusal to think for himself and commit to any meaningful role in life ultimately is what allows him to be taken advantage of. He'll do anything, say anything, and become anyone. So ultimately, he's goaded into becoming a murderer. No way. No, that's so backwards, dude. You don't think the guy that gave him a gun halfway into the book and was all like, go shoot this other guy who's been looking at me funny is to blame at all? You don't think Raymond is the antagonist? No. No, not at all. It is Mersault's own weakness that allows him to be so malleable. If he was not constantly at end with himself, dueling with his own antagonistic forces, he would have never been put in such a ridiculous situation. In other words, it is his own fault that he was manipulated. That's way too cold to be correct. No, there's no way that can be right. I'm most certain that it is. Raymond may be a bad person, but it's hardly the story's antagonist. By definition alone, Mersault fits that role snugly. So, if you were trying to shark some kid out of a rare trading card, or trick an old lady over the phone into lending you money, that wouldn't make you a villain? That's a fallacy, Oliver. The straw man fallacy, to be exact. Context matters, and if I knew that little punk stole the card from my sister, and I ended up tricking him so that I could easily return it to her? Or what if the old lady in question had dementia, and I needed her to give me a credit card number so I could buy her groceries? And even if surface details point to villainous intent, in the grander scheme of things, I still might not be the antagonist of whatever story I'm in. But you'd still be a jerk. Even if you weren't the number one jerk, second place isn't still second place still isn't bad. Sure, but at the risk of sounding pedantic, you implied a singular antagonist with the phrasing of your question. This is a very real conversation. And the single greatest force working against our protagonist is, in fact, himself. I think that's a pretty sound thesis, don't you? I guess. I don't like how little blame he's placing on the guy that's manipulating everyone. But I can't really refute his argument. Maybe. I guess you're right. Perhaps. But no matter what role the character actually plays, it still makes for a fun discussion. I'm glad Judith was kind enough to recommend this book to us. As always, she has remarkable taste. I suppose it's no surprise that her preferred reading material turned out to be so divine. Whoa, divine, huh? Does she know you're whipping out the big adjectives for her like that, number two? Might want to tone it down in case she ends up walking through that door and seeing something else breaking out of you. If you catch my drift. Sheesh! That reminds me. There is one more thing I feel is worth mentioning, Oliver. Oh? You're wrong about being second. There's nothing worse than second place. Being that close to absolute perfection and coming up short is sickening. Remember that. Anyways. What? Anyways, I think it's a good point as any to finish up. You should probably return our book, seeing as you're not coming back here for a while. Let's go. Ikimasho. We return our copies of The Stranger and thank the librarian, who smiles absently as she accepts our returns. Emil, now likely done with the session at the library, escorts me to the lobby. We leave the library, but there's something still bugging me. Hey, Emil. Yes? All this talk about villains has me thinking. Every decent story needs a villain in order to work, right? In a vague sense, yes. Like you said earlier, at the very least you need some sort of antagonistic force for the heroes to rise up and defeat. Then is that why none of you guys are taking Violet seriously? Is it because you think the villain of our story has been defeated and so there's nothing to actually worry about? That's not exactly it. But it's not completely inaccurate either. I do honestly believe we are at the end of our journey, Oliver. We come full circle in a sense. Anything more would simply be a drawn-out epilogue. So, that could explain why I believe worrying about Violet is somewhat unjustifiable. You really believe that? You really think we're completely done? Yes. Yes, absolutely. Then can I ask you one more question? Boy, you sure are talkative today. It's fascinating. Yes, please ask me another. It's honestly quite thrilling. Okay. So, who was the villain of our story then? Who exactly did we have to overcome? Emil, for a second or two, doesn't say anything. Stands there, rubbing the base of his chin until a confident smirk crawls across his face. Your best question today by far is also the simplest to answer. It was the Sirens, Oliver. The monsters that lived in the backside of the town's consciousness. The malady and longing of our long species made flesh. The malady and longing of our species made flesh. That is what we had to overcome. It is as simple as that. Relax. If anything of note occurs in your absence, you can trust me to mail you the details as soon as possible. Emil walks over and puts his hands on my shoulder. Until then, thank you for the great discussions. I'll see you soon. Stay sharp. And with that, Emil ejects himself from the scene. And I'm left on the patio of the library, unable to form a rebuttal. Journal page number 33 has been recalled. Still no Ashton, huh? I suppose it's time to visit Judy. Oh man. Good luck up there in Nashville, Mr. Longentall. Let's see what this journal entry's about. I don't have to coach anybody on Violet's handwriting anymore, so I started working on my first big assignment for the Midnight Guard tonight. It's an essay for her English class on the value of fiction. I got tasked with most of her English stuff for some reason. What the hell? Essays are gonna be tricky. I can't let too much of myself show in the language, otherwise it won't sound like Violet. I'll probably just whip up something impossible for her teacher to argue against, like, we've been telling stories for as long as humanity has been around, blah, blah, blah. So there's almost no risk of her being found out. Honestly, though, I've never enjoyed writing fiction. I know Emil and I are gonna seriously start working on something together once summer starts, but it'll be more of a job for me than anything else, I'm sure. Obviously, fiction is value, but when the primary goal of a piece of writing is to craft the world and immerse the reader in it, there are some things that are just forced into the backseat. It's like having to clean your room before you start playing video games. Yeah, once the characters are drafted, the logic of the world works, the motives are implied, ECT? Then you can actually start having fun. Who has time for that? Poetry, on the other hand, is quick and dirty. You have something you want to figure out about your life, it only takes a little bit of setup before you're able to snuff out what you're after. With fiction, you have to make an entire second world just to help the world you live in make a bit more sense. It just seems circuitous. There's too many clothes you have to put on before you even leave the house. Poetry is naked though. It's honest. It makes sense. I'm not too sure how much lucidity a long drawn out lie would provide for me. And again, the stuff we're doing for Violet is kind of like a lie. Maybe fiction isn't as bad when you're building upon it with other people. It's gotta be less work, at the very least. They're doing Violet's homework? Why is he doing Violet's homework? The Midnight Guard, I assume, is the collective. Interesting. Bro, I don't even know who you are. I don't even know who you are, so how the hell do you know I'm going to Asheville? Is that metal? Andy was kind of obnoxious about it back at the park, but maybe this is something I should take care of sooner rather than later. I crossed the threshold of her porch and pressed down the glossy ivory doorbell. This music is fucking lit. I'll be right there! A powerful tone rings out behind the door, followed shortly by Judith's familiar, comforting voice. Judy! Judester! At first, the door opens just a crack. It's only after she sees that it's me on her porch and not some stranger that Judith feels comfortable enough to put herself in the doorway. You came. Oh my gosh, you really came. Hi, Judith, Judith's display of genuine appreciation and joy makes me pause for a bit. Why wouldn't I have come, dude? We're buddies. I'm a little embarrassed that I can't think of a meaningful way to follow her up. I kind of just wave my hands back and forth and smile as if to say, yes, I'm here. It is in fact me. The same as a greeting as it is, the jazz hands alone are enough to elicit a giggle at least. What was that? Just me saying hello, I think. Hello, Judith. You want to hang out for a bit? I'm not interrupting anything, am I? No, not at all. I mean, no, you're not interrupting anything. Well, that's not entirely true, I suppose. Wait right here. I have the oven on. Just give me a minute. Oh, okay. Will do. Judith runs back into the house, careful not to slam the door behind her. Don't come in yet, please. I mean it. Don't come in. You and me both, Oliver. Just a bit longer. You know what would have helped? You know. Sorry about that. We're good now. He steps back from the doorway and bows, leading my gaze inward with a flick of a wrist. Come in and sit down, good sir. I'll make us something to drink. Thank you, madame. I do believe I shall. I pull the edges of my t-shirt and curtsy before making my way into the house. Yeah, Oliver's kind of cool. Judith's house, our base of operations, is as hospitable as ever. At this point, Andy probably would have stormed the front door, screamed something at me from her bedroom. So, Judith and I are likely the only ones here. I take a seat in the living room while Judith half skips, half runs into the kitchen. After a deep breath, I notice something pleasant accenting the otherwise crisp, neutral air. You said the oven was on, right? By any chance were you baking something vanilla-ish? It's a surprise, Mr. Nosy Nose. You'll find out soon enough. Don't worry. Is sweet tea good to drink? We still have some left over from last time. That sounds lovely. Do you mind shaking it up a little bit before you pour it, though? The sugar just sinks to the bottom if it sits around for too long. No problem. I'll pour you the rest, and then we can chat for a bit. Judith, unsurprisingly, is as agreeable as ever. The way she waits on me makes me hate myself a little, but not enough to deny her kindness. Despite the pleasantries, perhaps because of them, a sticky sweet guilt begins to bloom in the pit of my stomach. But this, of course, is perfectly normal for us. Judith places a rather large cup of sweet tea on the coffee table and sits next to me. She opens a can of flavorless seltzer and drinks a sizable amount of it before turning her attention my way. So, where's Violet? I was expecting you two to be inseparable for most of the day. My money is on her painting at the beach or something. She'll probably be back at the house before I leave, so I'm not too worried. I see. You're not satisfied with spending such a small amount of time with her? It's a shame, Oliver. Oliver, I thought you'd end up being more devoted to your beloved. Her and I aren't too worried about running out of time together, if that's what you're getting at. Really? Is she still going to college with you then? Nope. Dating long distance since she moves to Asheville at the end of the year? Negative. Eloping with you to the Caribbean without me knowing under the cover of the night? Good lord. Judith... Wait, really? Nothing then? Wow. Today's really it, huh? You two have quite an unorthodox relationship. I mean, not really? Hey Judith, why are we talking about this? I know you're still kind of mad at her, but... why is Violet the first thing you want to talk about? Right now, shouldn't we be talking about pretty much anything else? No, you see, that's the fascinating part. You're so much more worried about our time together than being valuable, even when Violet and I have the same pool of hours to pull from. It's too strange for me not to focus on. I don't understand. Why are you making me such a priority right now? Judith, damned if I do, damned if I don't. Do you want me to be here or not? What are you talking about? Of course you'd be a priority, Judith. You've been my best friend since we were like 7. I'm not gonna see you for a while. There's no way you wouldn't be a priority. Oh, baby. All right. Oh, I can't even scream at Jacob for this. Judith puts down her beverage and moves a little bit closer to me. But, you see, that's exactly why I didn't ask you to come over today, Oliver. I knew everybody else was likely going to pressure you into hanging out with them. When in reality, all you probably wanted to do was spend as much time with your lover as humanly possible. It was supposed to be a kindness. My final gift to you as your friend was going to be me letting you be for the day. It would make sense after all, for things to end this way. Violet should be the center of your world, the object of your affection. I didn't want to be selfish, so I decided not to make myself a priority. After all, I wasn't the one who ended up winning your love. Is this what I think it is? Yep. Oh no. But when you showed up at my door today... Judith wraps her arms around mine and pulls herself closer to me. I can't help but realize that I've locked in something here. By going to Judith before going to Violet. It became painfully obvious that you really do care about me an awful lot. I know you always have, in your own way. But it's only now, after being prioritized so highly, only just now, that I began to think. He pulls in even tighter and turns her face so it's only inches away from mine. Maybe. Fuck, Oliver! Oliver, you gotta get out of this somehow! Does my choice matter here? Is Oliver gonna override it like last time? My saves are gone! I wanted to say, of course I do. You're my best friend. That's what I want. You gotta let her down, man. You gotta let her down softly. Oh. Judith. None of what you've been saying makes any sense. Judith lets go of my arm and stares at me. Oliver? That's a pretty rotten thing to say. That's okay, I can live with that. But me being rotten doesn't change how bizarre this entire situation is. You're confessing to me. I get it. That's kind of a big deal. But why wouldn't Mirth with Judith? The woman's so dead set on doing the sweetest thing possible in any given situation. Why would that person be trying to get me to cheat on my girlfriend the day before I leave town? Because I love you? I mean, you and Violet are breaking up anyway, so what does it matter? See, that's what I'm talking about. Judith, is this Andy? No, that's way too, no way. No way. Judith isn't somebody who would think like that. She's known me for long enough to know that's something I would never even consider doing in the first place. Why are you trying to appeal so who are you trying to appeal to by acting like this? Who exactly are you trying to impress? I'm not some spineless protagonist in a low-budget hentai. I'm not gonna set my relationship with Violet on fire just because you grab my arm and stuff. Hentai? Judy, you cosplay. You know what hentai is. Maybe it's wrong of me to conflate this image I have of you, how you're actually behaving right now. Maybe I should just shut up and accept your feelings as some sort of definitive truth. But everything about this just seems really, really out of character. I know you're mad at Violet, but you aren't mad enough to get me to cheat on her, right? I end it there, doing my best to put the ball in Judith's court. But Judith doesn't say anything. Oh my god. No way. There's no freaking way. There's no way you're that bitter. Jesus, Judy, really? Is that really what this is? Even after my taunts, Judith doesn't say anything. He simply stares at me, the light fading from her normally vibrant eyes. Judith! Hello? Is there a reason you're trying to wrap me up in all this? Speak now or forever hold your... You're the one acting out of character, Oliver. Judith's voice, naturally so sweet and comforting, is laced with something that paralyzes me to my core. Why are you so sloppy and imprecise with your words now? Up until today, you were always so careful with the things you said to me. I could feel your deliberation, like a gentle hand placed firmly in the back of my neck, pushing me downward, closer and closer to you, with each perfect, flawless word. After a certain amount of time, your will was so strong that I could feel my own desire being supplanted with a singular, overwhelming desire to please you. It was strange at first, simply being in your presence and having my will erode like that, but I didn't really mind. I was eager to give you my time, my body, my future, and anything you wanted to cultivate the person you were ultimately meant to become. It didn't matter what I was doing before. If you want to spend time with me, that's what we were doing. Everything I did was in service of you. Everything was in service of strengthening our bond. And then I lost Violet. I lost the Violet, naturally inhibiting the amount of support I could provide you. But again, I didn't mind. Not really. I was content to be your childhood friend and nothing more. After all, Violet is the one you wanted to fuck. Emil, Ashton, Andy never even had a chance to be an object of your affection like that. And compared to them, I had it great. There was no point in ever feeling sorry for myself. But now, that gentle pressure in your words is gone. And if that's gone, so is my patience. So yes, it may be out of character for me to act like such a homewrecker, but you're acting out of character too. So that changes things a bit, don't you think? If you're not acting how you should, then why should I? Why should any of us? If I have one last opportunity to give you everything you want, then why shouldn't I take it? What the fuck is going on? People are acting out of character. What is going on? I don't want you to act like this, Judith. You're lying. It's absolutely what you want. It's the perfect fetish for someone as low-functioning and socially inept as you yourself. Holy shit. You want someone completely won over by your words. Somebody completely under your influence. Isn't that the easiest way to prove to them you're not defective? Judith dives forward and presses her warm, voluptuous figure against me. She moves her perfect pink lips to my ear, her breath hitting my naked brain like a bullet of steam. This is assault. So, just tell me what else you want, and then we can get started. What I want? I want... I want to watch a movie with you. Your choice. I don't even care. Just please get off me. Oh shit. I thought... Please get me off. Please get off me. I want our last day together to be a fun one, okay? Just like that, she's completely back to normal. She gets up to find the movie. I try and drown the weight in my stomach with a mouthful of sweet tea. But all this does is turn the brick of lead in my gut into a cube of grainy, disgusting sugar. What the fuck? What the fuck just happened? Is she some... We're trying to go to Violet before going to Ashton. That was weird, bro. Dude, the handwriting. Hang on, what the heck? I unlocked like a lot more shit than I thought I did. Oh my god, okay, hang on. As I'm sure you know, most of these names are just placeholders. We should definitely get around to changing them, lest we be accused down the line of being overly self-indulgent. Violet kissed me yesterday at her college acceptance party. I don't think anybody else saw, but I could feel her lips curl into a smile while it was happening. Honestly, that was the best part, was feeling her smile. It felt like proof. It felt like proof that someone can actually feel that way about me. It felt like proof that this was real. Well, I was actually right then. I was right the whole time? That's really weird. It's Saturday, so I think I'll be able to get away were spending most of the morning in the backyard. Mom and Dad don't bother me as much back there. I need to think, so I took a handful of those leaves from the orange tree near our fence and began tearing them in half. When I do, the leaves smell like that fruity breakfast cereal Violet always gets in the cafeteria, even on French toast stick day. I guess it's more correct to say that her cereal smells like these leaves. Weird? Weird. I used to hate that smell, but after being exposed to it so much, I guess I've grown used to it. It really helps me think now. Same way a clean, fresh pencil helps me think after I sharpen it for the first time. I wonder if I'll get used to kissing Violet the same way I got used to this smell. I wonder if I'll get used to feeling that goofy-ass smile of hers every day instead of just seeing it. The idea of that kind of terrifies me. A kiss with a person you love becomes as mundane as brushing your teeth. A patterned kiss. I'm more afraid of this being my last one. We need to do something to make sure they don't keep her here. I need to do something. What is going on, man? After church, Judy and I tried to escape back to her house like we normally do. Funny enough, we saw Andy jogging down Flagler after we peeled out of the parking lot. She flipped us the bird as we drove past, but even so, she looked really happy. Pretty sure I've only seen her once or twice at church in the entirety of the time I've known her. And on holidays, no less. I bet money that after a certain point, the twins' parents basically gave up on trying to get Andy to go with them. It's probably for the best, though. I could never imagine her jiving with that kind of crowd. But maybe exercise is its own kind of worship. I asked Judy what she thought. She just said that as long as her sister was happy, that's all she cared about. Can't imagine that being true, but I hope it is. We only ever have about 30 minutes or so before the rest of the family comes back from communion, so I asked Judith about Violet's situation as soon as we got home. I know all of us worry about her, but I think Judith gets where I'm coming from more than anybody else. Even if Violet keeps the exact details private, we both know the amount of makeup work she has to do is crazy. We also know from Miss Lawrence that the school gets extra money from Violet going there. After all, they need a lot of resources to take care of somebody with epilepsy. Okay. Lip service aside, it's clear the rest of the faculty would be jubilant if a cash cow like Violet had to stay behind another year. Miss Lawrence even heard one of the coaches call Violet football money. Apparently, that guy got a crotch full of hot coffee in the faculty room later that week. Violet and I were told on the way home from school that it was a happy little accident. I brought up the idea of us forging some of Violet's work so she didn't have to do it all by herself. It was a bit embarrassing recommending something that deceptive, the words kind of just fell out of her mouth. It was then that Judith, the shining platinum president of the Students' Council, said something I never thought I'd hear someone of her caliber say. Let's make sure we nail her handwriting then. Those teachers of hers aren't stupid. If we're doing this, we gotta do it right. I'll start practicing her penmanship within my next entry. So then, okay. I get it now. Oh. This is the Ashton thing. So Violet suffers from epilepsy and thus her work piles up. And the teachers are probably deliberately inting her to keep her in high school in order to get the money from like a disability check. And gotta be honest, Oliver, you shaped up your handwriting really, really well. Okay. Even though it's out of the way, I decided to go to the beach, just in case Violet happens to be there. Sure enough, she's in a normal spot, painting something on one of her larger canvases. Hey there, Vi. How's the painting going? My girlfriend jumps in shock at the sound of my voice, nearly tripping over her easel. Olive oil? Is that you? Olive oil? Is that you? Oh. He turns around, clearly confused. But that confusion melts into visible excitement as she looks me over. Huh. You're actually talking again? Oh, thank God. Thank God. She sprints towards me, tripping her over her picnic basket in the process, but pushing herself back up almost instantly. Oh there, Violet. Don't hurt yourself. I'm not going any... I don't have time to finish my sentence before I'm tackled to the sand. Violet's eyes closed and arms wrapping around my torso. Yes, yes, you're back! You're really back, holy crap, holy crap! As Violet smiles down at me, I do my best to breathe in just enough air to respond to her. You know, this is probably the part where I'm supposed to say something lame like, oh wow, you're so heavy, or what, all I did was say hello to you. But I want to enjoy this for a bit, if that's cool with you. Violet buries her face into my chest. Yes, please. Just for a little bit more, okay? We lay there in the sand for a minute or two. Eventually, though... Okay, the sand makes this kind of uncomfortable, actually. I gotta get up now. Violet nods and we both stir up, dusting our bodies off in the process. Wow. You're back. You're really back. I mean, I never really went anywhere. Yeah, I guess I'm back. Is I acting that weird? Is it really that noticeable? Yes? Painfully noticeable. I've never seen somebody climb up that hard my entire life. What the hell happened, Olive? You sure you want to talk about this right now? Don't you want to, like, talk about your painting or the stuff going on with our friends? What? No, why the hell would I care about any of that? I was convinced for like a week that there was something wrong with you, and now you're finally lucid. Please, talk as much as you want. I've been doing all the talking for a while now, so for the love of God, take the wheel. Okay, okay. I do my best to think back to how I've been behaving lately. I don't really know, Vi. After everything that's happened, I guess I just kind of thought it was my job to make sure the rest of us were happy and safe. But I did what I was supposed to do and said what I was supposed to say. It's weird. It's almost as if I was watching myself say all those things instead of actually saying them. There was no sense of agency in anything I did. It was just like I was in some sort of trance. Like someone else's ideas were stuck inside my head. And then, I don't know, I woke up super tired this morning and couldn't really afford to care anymore. Sounds pretty shitty of me when I say it like that, though, doesn't it? Violet begins tapping the bridge of her nose as if she's dousing her body with some kind of grand epiphany. I know it's pretty vague, but it's what I got. I guess I made you worry about me, huh? Sorry about that. No, don't apologize. What you said just now was actually super helpful. Now, I'm almost positive whatever you went through these past few weeks isn't what the rest of the town is experiencing. It's similar, but not exactly the same. Really? Oh, I was acting similar to how everyone else at Siren's call was? That's terrifying. So how was I acting any different then? If my theory is correct, unlike with the people in town, what you went through was an entirely self-induced persona inflation. I legit don't know what any of that means. Basically, you put yourself in a psychic box in order to keep your mind safe. And that box was your role as our leader, our protector. I guess you had some sort of paradigm shift though, and that's likely what broke you out of your box. But the people in town are nothing but their boxes at this point, if that makes any sense. I've noticed that. They're all way too good at their jobs now. That's why I was so freaked out, Oliver. After all, the symptoms you were demonstrating were very similar to everyone else's. They are, in every sense, the end result of that perfection you were emulating. At this point, they can't be anything other than what they're expected to be. I was terrified you were turning to something like that, permanently. But I'm grateful that isn't the case. You're taking care of yourself again. It's not anything deliberate. I'm not even trying to take care of myself. I'm just tired. Even now, I'm just kind of spitballing and hoping I don't say something completely embarrassing in front of you. That's fine by me. If spitballing is what you need to do right now, then by all means, spit on whatever... do what you need to do. Violet grins nervously. Spit on whatever balls I need to. Got it. So now that you know I'm not some sort of brainless homunculus, what's next? Any plans for the rest of the day? Well, I was planning to meet back up with you around 8 and help you pack. But other than that, I was mostly gonna focus on painting here and leave you to do whatever. Luigi didn't want to go on a date or anything, considering you didn't want to either, Goober. Goober. Hang on. Not weird at all if both of us aren't worried about it. We get to make our own rules now, don't we? Besides, we got stuff you need to do with everyone else, right? I do, yes. Aren't you glad I stopped by for a bit, though? Olive, why do you keep asking questions you already know the answer to? Old habits, I guess. Seems like something leaders do. Don't need to be one of those anymore, though, you know? Your war is over. Violet stands up and walks herself over to her workstation. But please, take all the time you need before you head back out to the real world, okay? I stand up and follow her to the workstation, brushing some of the sands off my jeans in the process. You really do spoil me, Violet. You know that? I really don't. That's the sad part. I really need to go see Ashton. So I'm gonna head out now. I think everything has been pretty solved with... What the fuck was that scene with Judith, dude? Alright, I've got promises to keep, so... I think I'm gonna head out. Okie dokies, do whatever you need to do. Dream big out there, alright? I'll see you back at the house. Ah, fuck. An absurd number of gopher tortoises moved onto the runways at the airport right after Miss Lawrence got off her flight. Some environmental scientists on the radio pointed to unrestricted development in the surrounding area as the primary cause of their migration. Looks like I won't be leaving Siren's Call anytime soon. How unfortunate. Another day in paradise. Guess I better get on it. So this is a time loop game? It probably said that somewhere on the store page. Alright. Let's go to our boy Ashton. Because I haven't had the... Hey there, Oliver. Lovely weather we're having today, huh? Lovely weather? It's the same as it's always been, dude. I'm even supposed to deal with something that fake. True to form, Ash is sitting outside the crab bucket and thumbing through his cell phone. Kind of a weird sight, though, now that I think about it. I don't think we ever planned the exact time for a meeting up. Is he really cool with chilling out here in the heat for an indefinite period of time like this? What if I never showed up, or got in some kind of crazy accident on the way over? Would he end up waiting for me all day? Someone so explosive, this guy sure has the patience of a saint. Hey, dude. Greetings, friend. Is it true that you're paying for my steakhouse burger today? Burgers again? Right.
Burgers again. You know they sell breakfast here too, my dude.
I mean, technically, but why would I kneecap myself by ordering something like pancakes over a burger?
I don't know. Gotta be bad for your digestion or something, right?
Probably. I still want one, though.
Yeah, me too. Let's go get a table before it gets too crowded.
We make our way over to the group's regular table and browse the menu. Wow, so fatigue sets in now that Ashton ordered for me. I think what that was gonna say. Oh, I right-clicked, right. The fatigue I feel from this morning is filling inside my brain like a wart as the hiss of the nearby grills and chatter of diner patrons fries my already worn senses. Jeez. Alright. Sorry. Sibling just walked in and asked what editing software I use. We order quickly, both of us knowing the food itself is more of a formality than anything. We're not here to eat, we're here to talk. That's fine. All I gotta do is be a good friend and keep up the facade for one more day. And then we're good. The facade? Just one more day, and then everyone will be fine. As soon as the too bubbly waitress leaves our table, Ashton turns my way.
Gotta be real boring with you, man. Things were really boring. Wait, gotta be real with you, man. Things were really boring before I met you. And even after that, I was still pretty sure that summer was gonna be lame.
Yep, there it is. Take a pair of sugar packets out of the condiment stand and begin making them dance. Because you were gonna work with your dad at B-Mobile before we began our little crusade, right? Ashton fiddles with the bandage on his wrist before eventually squeezing it with his right hand.
Basically, yeah. Siren School is a pretty boring place if you don't have anybody around to make it livelier, you know? I didn't want to drag you guys into anything too crazy, though. So I was just gonna keep things simple and work with my dad until whenever.
Ashton lifts his head and sits up straight, looking over his injury.
Never thought we'd end up becoming actual heroes. I appreciate all you did to help make that happen, dude. So, thank you.
This that won't matter, will it? I know that's what I should say. I should say that he was amazing. I should let him feel good about himself. Even if it's not exactly that, I know I should say something along those lines. Anything more honest would be devastating for him to hear, especially today. I'm the leader of the Midnight Guard. I'm his friend. He looks up to me, so I should support what we've accomplished. I can feel myself twitch as I think that. Like some sort of large animal eager to throw itself into the warmth of the volcano. Making everyone happy is my purpose. I know this is my purpose. And yet, please don't thank me for anything, any of that, Ash. I'm gonna check what we got in that gallery real quick before we get too into this. We have Art of Oliver. What a cutie. And we have Ashton Stanstats. Big on the bravery. These trailer images, I think I saw the trailer for this game before it came out. It's invoking some kind of memory. You can think whatever you want about yourself, but I'm not anything close to a hero. I don't think any less of you guys, but I'm not too proud of how I've handled things this summer. I'm sorry, Ash. I really am. I just can't talk about heroics right now. It's too much. I'm just too exhausted. With that, the reality of what just happened sets in. For a moment, there's silence. Same silence that follows when a gallon of milk drops in your hands and explodes on the floor. The kind of silence only born after something has broken.
Okay. I get it. The violet got you pretty hard then, huh?
Man, you know that just
oh, wait. Man, you know that just because you're dating somebody doesn't mean you gotta think exactly like them. You do know that, right? Don't you? You don't gotta be her mouthpiece, dude. You can be your own man. You can be real with me. After all, we're like brothers at this point, right?
Real, huh? I can be real with you, Ashton? Really? Even in a place like this, I can be real with you? Alright, good. That's all I needed to hear. You gave me permission after all. Okay. Cool. I can be real now. Cool, cool. Good to know. Let's start with the obvious stuff then. We don't even really know what sirens are, and yet I gave the thumbs up to begin an entire campaign exterminating them. Why should I feel proud about that?
Wait, what? That's not true. We know what sirens are. Emil says,
Bro, Emil doesn't even know how to do his taxes yet. I know you love the guy, but come on. We just got out of high school. We shouldn't be committing freaking genocide. Man, I don't even know what my major is going to be when I get to Asheville. If I don't even know something that basic, then how the hell could I know enough to justify the decimation of an entire foreign ecosystem? The truth is, I knew jack all about what we were doing. And yet I still gave the okay on everything. And that's all on me, dude. That's on me forever. Maybe we were right and the sirens really were just stupid monsters or whatever. Maybe that dumb little guess of mine was completely accurate. But what if we were wrong? What if there was something we should have just left alone?
left alone? What the hell, dude? Those things were goddamn monsters. We had to kill them. They were dangerous.
So what?
Huh?
They were dangerous, but so what? We didn't want to kill them because they were dangerous. They were stuck on rocks in the middle of the underworld, Ash. If we really wanted to help people, we could have just destroyed the locker leading down there or something. Kinda hard to have something dangerous call out to you if you can't even hear it, right? But no, I was bored and wanted to be a hero, so we killed them. I should have just isolated them instead. I should have distanced myself.
What? You mean run away? Seems like a pretty chicken shit move if you ask me. You really cool with doing something like that, cowardly amigo?
Cowardly? Ash, you're only brave if what you're choosing to do with yourself is actually necessary. What we did in the underworld was just gratuitous. It didn't matter if they were dangerous. I could feel struggle and agony when I stabbed them. And when I'd pull away, I could feel their life force twitch and blip out of existence. I don't know for sure what they were, but it doesn't matter. Whatever they were, they didn't want to die. They didn't need to die. I could feel it. I know you could feel it too. So yeah, lots for me to be proud of already.
Dude, you're shouting. People can hear you. Keep it down.
Oh please, it's not like I'm disturbing them or anything. They can't feel anything negative now, right? I killed all the sirens, so everyone's happy now. I saved them. I saved everyone. So why not be proud of it, right? There's nothing to be ashamed of after all. I yell that last part, only to evoke a reaction from the people around me. But of course, nothing happens. Like shadows in the background of a painting, everyone else is in the diner is static. Unchanging in their idle chatter and pleasantries. See? Nothing. Turns out screwing around in the collective unconscious every night and killing what lives there has consequences. Not for us, of course, but whatever. Ashton slams his fist on the table and glares at me.
I'm telling you, man. Shut up. You're not being rational right now. Doesn't matter what Violet thinks, there's gonna be real consequences if you keep running your mouth like that.
What? You mean like jail? Please, we're the ones that saved everybody. We're heroes, just like you said. Sure, we didn't ask anybody if they wanted a huge chunk of their cognition wiped out, but who cares, am I right? We did the right thing, obviously. There's no way we'd be actually punished. Maybe a slap on the wrist for going above the heads of the cops, but nothing more than that. Heck, I doubt the cops can even conceptualize something negative as crime at this point. The only consequences for us are the ones we place upon ourselves. Which is why you guys kicked Violet out of the group. She wanted us to actually be accountable, and Ashton gets up from the table and pulls me out of my seat by the collar of my shirt.
Okay, I'm getting sick of this crazy talk. None of that is why Violet's gone, and you know it. Wake up, man. This isn't how you're supposed to be. We live in Siren's Cove, Florida. It's not exactly Manhattan, you dig? Half of the people who live here are too chill to be angry about shit. They've always been like that. This stuff about killing their brains or whatever is all in your head. We did the right thing. I know we did. So stop trying to make me feel like crap for saving people.
I'm not trying to make you feel bad, Ash.
Bullshit. Why else would you be running your mouth like that? You need to reel it back right now. It's really, really not cool.
The tangible panic in those last few words. Ashton says to me. It comes across less of a threat and more of a plea. I know this face. I'm close now, aren't I? I'm close to reaching him in some way. Sorry, Ash. There's still one more thing that needs to break if anything is ever going to change. Okay, you're probably right. The people here aren't brain dead, they're just chill. I've been so busy with you guys all summer that I probably never even noticed.
Yeah, exactly. That's the way things are here, you know? Especially in the summer, while the geezers and snowbirds are just sleeping from the heat. Makes sense.
Oh, definitely. It's unlikely the stuff we did in the underworld had any drastic side effects. If it did, we probably would have noticed them by now.
Yeah.
Even the seed would have affected everybody we know that lives here. Even the people we live with would have changed too, right?
Ashen's face freezes in shock.
Right. That reminds me. How's your dad been doing after all this? Is he still I'm stopped before I can finish my sentence. The force of Ashton's fist sends me reeling across the table and into a wall. The impact shoots some of the air out of my lungs, making it impossible for me to respond to what he says next.
Dad's doing great. He's the happiest he's ever been. Thanks for asking. He hasn't had a drop of booze since July. He cooks dinner with me now, too. Chops and potatoes and everything. Hell, yesterday we even went on dawn patrol and got some waves together. You're right. It's like he's a completely different person. So if I had something to do with that, then I refuse to think of myself as anything other than a hero.
As he says this, I can feel air fill my lungs again. I grab the edge of the chair and pull myself off the floor. Are you really okay with all of that? You're okay with such a drastic, irreversible change?
Are you stupid? Of course I am. He hasn't been this much of a father to me since I was 12.
That's because that's all he can be, Ash. It's the same how a waitress can only be a waitress now, or my mailman can only talk about the mail. Everybody in town has been completely swallowed by their roles because the only thing we didn't murder. I'm happy for you, dude. But are you really okay with your dad being your dad and nothing else? Are you cool with having every other part of who he is ripped away?
We are not murderers.
Well, we sure as shit ain't heroes. You don't need to be perfect. Your dad doesn't need to be perfect. You didn't love him any less when he was depressed, right? Even after all this, you know he's still an incredible man. And you're still my friend. We can come back from this somehow. We can start fresh. We don't need to lie about...
Shut up! I am not starting over again. Fuck, man, you were so much more likable when you weren't so goddamn preachy. So you know what? I'm gonna beat you down until you go back to how you should be.
As my friend's threat rings throughout the diner, a smiling waitress gently places our food on the now disheveled table. Without another word, Ashton charges at me. Alright, wait, do I have any items? Oh. I have barely any time to act before Ash rushes me down. True to his words, he does what he does best and beats me up. Just beat the shit out of me. Hmm. That's interesting. That's a discussion of something less general and more to do with the repercussions of the actions, like the story prior to the story specifically. But looking at it deeper, it's also a like a general uh what's the word? A general discussion about or criticism maybe of stories that end with everyone happy, or stories where the goal is to vanquish darkness. Like a black and white kind of thing. Ash had to be a couple hours late for our meeting today. Apparently his dad had another one of those low days he's been having lately. And Ash didn't feel comfortable leaving him alone. I've noticed these episodes of his are becoming more frequent the closer we've been getting to May. Violet says it could be a precursor to something called empty nest syndrome. Didn't elaborate. See, she didn't elaborate. Judith says it could be due to the graduation being such a family event. Ashton's mom being dead is probably really taking its toll again. Well, Andy just thinks the man is another worthless deadbeat. Will just called them all nosy. I don't know what to think though. Every time we've interacted with Fred, he's been really nice. He brags about every little thing Ash does or has done. He points to old surf trophies above their fireplace that Ash and his mom won back then. He tells us stories about them while his boy chops potatoes in the kitchen. It's all stuff Ash is probably embarrassed about but never fights on him on, even though he fights with us about basically everything. Maybe there's just something here I'm not seeing. Ash sees it though. He told us a long time ago that's why he started working at B-Mobile. He said it was easy to keep him from doing something stupid. Makes me wonder, is it better to have a father that obviously loves their child but hates himself? Or a father that has so much conviction in their own parenting techniques that a child's love is an inconsequential factor? I don't know, but part of me wonders what it's like to be bragged about like that. Maybe the embarrassment that follows is a secret luxury of life. Even if it's just something even if it's just some embarrassment, that's probably fine too. Something weird just happened. It's only 9, and Ash has already mastered Violet's handwriting. He didn't give me any trouble either. Just did it. Now all that's left is Andy, and we can move on to some of Violet's work. Andy's done now too. I have no words. 0 words. It's because they were practicing in private, in secret. Sure enough, she's in a normal spot, painting something on one of her larger canvases. Hey, Violet. Oh, okay, so Violet seems to be retaining memories through the... Is this even a time loop? It might be a time. I don't know, but either way. Hey there, Olive Oil. I walk over and sit next to her in the sand. After a minute or two of painting, Violet reaches a stopping point and looks over at me on the ground. Oliver, you didn't have a big purple bruise on your face the last time I saw you. Got into some trouble recently, didn't you? You got into some trouble recently, didn't you? Yeah, Ashton kind of beat the shit out of me a bit. You know? Beat you up with his muse, or beat you up in the more traditional sense? Old school, he just punched me a whole lot. I said some stuff he didn't like about the Midnight Guard. Basically that I wasn't comfortable with him calling me a hero and all that. I asked how his old man was doing after we killed the seed, and I think that might have sent him over the top. Yep, why am I not surprised? None of them are ready yet, are they? Damn it. You fight back? Is that why you're so beat up? I mean, yeah, kind of, but I really didn't want to. Then why did you? You didn't want to, and didn't need to, then why did you? I don't know, my instincts? What else was I supposed to do? The man was charging me down. No idea. I don't see what you had to gain by fighting him, though. I guess. I guess. Olive stops painting and gives me a light hug as she lowers herself into the sand. Sorry, Olive Oil. Honestly, in the heat of the moment, I probably would have done something similar. It's okay if you didn't handle things perfectly. You got all kinds of time to make things right by you. It doesn't make you any less of a person if you made a mistake. Even mistakes can lead to something beautiful. And sometimes mistakes can lead to absolute disaster. You've experienced disaster, Oliver, an irreversible disaster. If the scuffle with Ash really was a disaster, you would know immediately. But as it stands, all of it was just an hour badly spent. Forgive yourself. Forgive yourself. This loss of yours is no disaster. David, bye. You know I love that poem. Fuck, literary references. I don't get them. Well, loved that poem at the very least. She runs her fingers through my hair. Another sweet attempt to brush out these wistful, stagnant thoughts of ours. After doing that for a bit, she stands up and checks the sky. Still overcast, then. Violet checks the time on her phone. Yep, no launch today, it seems. That's fine. That's fine. Just give it time. Come on, let's go home. You've got your future waiting for you in the morning, mister. Let's get ready. Let's get you ready for that. I probably should have done some stuff before going to Ashton. Shouldn't try to make it to Orlando. Go for tortoises again. Another day in paradise. Any Ashton voicemails for beating the shit out of me? Nope. Anything new in the house? In the spice rack? Nope. I should make my way downwards, right? Once again. I kind of want to talk to Judy, though, after what happened, you know? But Ashton as well, need to talk to after what happened. Violet and Ashton are smiling. Does that mean anything? Let's go to Ashton. See what happens. Same as it always is. I should have saved before leaving house. Beautiful. Ash is sitting outside the crab bucket and flipping through his phone. Oh man. Alright, so we're just gonna get the shit kicked out of us again. Alright, so it looks like I have to go check out things with other people instead of Ashton now. Oh, this is new. The hell? Violet nods, keeping her eyes close to the painting as I walk on over. Those bruises. Rough day, huh? Extremely. I think it's always gonna be this difficult, Violet. This is what it's gonna be like forever. I doubt it. Don't worry, Olive. This is something you can't figure out. Just be patient with yourself. Tomorrow's a new day. A better day. Violet checks her phone and looks to the sky for just a second before turning back to me. And better days mean better weather. Okay. Like I said. Alright, we're gonna go to Judy. Because I wanted to see a follow-up to what the fuck happened. Kinda hungry. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to last 7 hours. Who the fuck are you? Alright. I'd bet almost anything that Judith is home today. What the heck? Epic. This is all the same. And now go talk to... Talk to Andy about it? Didn't know this was a puzzle game. We hung out for a bit today, yeah? It was, I'm glad. Awesome! Glad to hear it! Oh, glad to hear. I know you probably had a date with Violet today or something. So thanks for setting aside the time to say goodbye to my sister. Nah, Violet and I didn't actually have any plans for today. You don't say. Interesting. What did you get? Who are you? Oh. Any reason for that? No, not particularly. This wasn't something she seemed really worried about. That's bizarre. I thought for sure she'd be the first person you'd be running over to see. How strange. Ideally, we could have all done something together. That would have made loads more sense than having you run around town all day looking for you guys. Running's good for you. Running's good for you, Slim. Keeps you grounded. And besides, don't you want another day? You don't want another day where everyone is just sitting around feeling sorry for themselves, right? It doesn't have to be like that, though. It would be like that. You know it would. We'll all have plenty of time to sort things out once you're gone. But today is your day, Captain. It should be about you. Violet had her time in the sun. You're not worried about her then, Andy? You freaking worried about me eating the wrong kind of peanut butter, but Violet being by herself this long doesn't bother you at all? I only worry about people that I can actually help. And Violet is beyond our help at this point. Don't you think so? Feeling my head boil over with rage, I give Andy's words a quick thumbs up and leave the park. You want our help? Really? I bet if it was Ash, you wouldn't be saying that crap. You'd be doing everything you could to help him. Everything. You'd be doing everything you could. What if I just return home? Violet ends the day. Ashen would lead me to Violet to end the day. I don't know if there's any avenues to explore with Emil still. May as well try it, right? Why not? Yeah, it seems like it's nothing. Let's head home and see if it actually does anything. Doesn't look like it. Okay. What the... Alright. So is there a certain order I need to be talking to people? Straight up, what if we just head to Violet and then go backwards? Do we have enough time for that? Violet always seems to have unique dialogue, so... Oh! Hey there, Vi. I haven't pressed the stay a while button yet, actually. Hey, pretty milquetoast question here. Did you ever have any pets? I always wanted a seizure dog or something, but I kept losing my paperwork and mail, so it never happened. No, that's a fine question. I can't believe we haven't talked about that yet. Seems like pretty easy first date stuff. To be fair, our first date was pretty chaotic. Not a lot of time for chit-chat or appetizers. Really? We talked for like an hour while we were dancing and stuff. Wait, are you counting that time we went to the underworld by ourselves? The night we both ate shit completely and almost freaking died? Come on, Vi, you know that doesn't count. We went to bed together afterwards and started holding hands the next day. That makes it a date by default, Oliver. Her voice is surprisingly stern as she says that last part. I guess so? But yeah, we had a dog and a cat for the most of the time I lived at home. The dog was this big American boxer named Rocky. Like a super buff guy in those movies? That's actually... Yeah, his name was Rocky. Andy came up with the name, and I guess it kind of stuck. Imagine being named something so silly, though. My entire existence would constantly be orbiting around something as lame as a dad joke. It'd be humiliating. I can think of worse things to base your existence around. At least he wasn't named after a dictator or something, right? What about the cat? Oh, wasn't it Hitler? Good cat. Oh, okay. I thought the joke was that the other pet would be named after a dictator. See? That's way worse. At least Rocky sounds like an actual name. I was 6! You must have been because the worst name for a pet I've ever heard. It's adorable though, and definitely tells me you were a good kid growing up. Terrible kids don't name their pet something that cute. Nah, Violet, I was vicious. A total monster. You don't even know. Sure you were, Olive Oil. But if you named her Good Cat when you were 6, then she probably died around when you were 17, right? That's pretty recent. Jesus, Vi. What? I mean, that's a pretty grim thing to just ask somebody. It is? Oh, my mistake. Anyways, continue. Okay. Good Cat actually got killed by Rocky when I was 15. Oh. It's weird though. They're always super friendly towards each other. Like, they curl up in little balls and sleep on the couch together. Stuff like that. And they'd eat at the exact same time every day, even when we put their food out separately. Oh, and sometimes when Rocky wasn't paying attention to her, Good Cat would get super pissed to start whacking at his tail. That's precious. Honestly, they were totally inseparable. And then out of nowhere, Rocky just starts chasing her across the yard one day. It was like he was possessed. Never seen him move that violently before. None of us were really quick enough to stop him, and after he caught up to Good Cat... Hey, you don't have to talk about him anymore. It's fine. No, I'm good. It's just been out of my head for a bit. Because this next part is what I have the most trouble making sense of. As soon as Rocky caught up to Good Cat and bit her down, he immediately let her go. He didn't do that thing other predators do in nature documentaries, you know? They shake the body around and stuff. Just felt what was in his mouth and let go. And he started whimpering, licking Good Cat's body with his tail between his legs. Olive, that's horrible. It's almost like he knew he did something wrong. No, it's more like he didn't know what he was doing. He didn't know he was doing it in the first place until it was too late. Judy says he confused Good Cat for a raccoon, and that's why he attacked her. That's Judy being Judy. Didn't see what I saw. When Rocky was chasing Good Cat, it wasn't just instinct. Rocky was certain what he was doing was the right thing. He wasn't moving like he wanted to kill a raccoon. He was moving like his friend was in danger for something none of us could see. Invisible threat. A malevolent, horrid force that would swallow her brain and leave her body broken. But he ended up getting too close and biting down on the wrong thing. Even if it was only for a split second. It doesn't matter. That's all it takes. So we ended up killing the very thing he was trying so hard to protect. Are you sure it was something that deliberate? Maybe Judy was right. Maybe something was wrong with his perception in that moment. That's why things happened that way, the way they did. But then how the hell are you supposed to know if there's something up with your perception in the first place? It shrugs. Sucks, but I guess you gotta get lucky and realize something's wrong before it's too late. Or if you're really lucky, you have a friend help you see things in a way you normally wouldn't. Maybe that's what Good Cat was for Rocky. Maybe that was something she talked with him about in their cute little pet language. Now you're just projecting. And you're not? Olive, I know it can be comforting to have something or someone to blame, but when you look at what happened, doesn't all this seem like nothing more than a simple accident? But that just makes it seem so meaningless. It isn't meaningless unless you want it to be, love. Just because there's no one to blame doesn't make it meaningless. Only you get to decide what experiences and details are meaningful for you. Those details and experiences might not be correct or whatever. It doesn't mean they're useless. Alright, so what does that make it? What do you make of it then? What meaning is there in any of this for you? Well, your dog's name was Rocky and your cat's name was Good Cat. That means they were cute. Objectively cute. And by extension, so are you. That's what it means. I I don't think objective cute is something that actually exists by. How lonely it must be to deny your own existence flippantly. Goober. Broodmeister. Can I just chill here? This is the Monica zone, dude. Have you ever done anything illegal, Oliver? Are there laws about going into the subconscious realm without a permit? Unlikely. And I think I'm good. Oh, no wait, there was actually something. I egged a cop car once. You did what? Alright, we didn't exactly egg it. We? You remember that week back in July when Ash's dad was out of town? Turns out he went by train, which means the convertible was left at home. Later that night, Ash picked up Emil and I down on Flagler. Wait, I remember that. Didn't you say the three of you were going to town to get food? That's what I thought we were doing too. I was positive he was going to take us to Steak and Steak or something. But as soon as we left, Ash demanded that the three of us use this chance to engage in some debauchery. Debauchery? Did you touch butts? Was the cop car you were referring to Ash's booty? Did you egg Ash's booty, Oliver? I could just stop talking now and it wouldn't bother me in the slightest, you know. Fine. What did you three end up doing then? I don't think Ash had too much of a plan going in. If anything, I think he was mostly trying to get Emil to loosen up a bit. What? Why do you think that? Because Ash let him make all the really important decisions. Namely, whatever we were going to use to leave our mark on the town. After driving around for a little bit, Emil decided it was best to get our stuff at the dollar store. Save us the most money after all. That guy is way too practical sometimes. Yeah, Ash was all about it though. Honestly, I think he was pretty stoked that Emil was humoring him at all. They didn't have eggs though, so we ended up getting... I immediately started giggling to myself. Oliver? Sorry, just... Emil bought dish soap, chunky peanut butter, and tortillas. He bought $20 worth of that stuff. Good lord, why? I don't know! I'm pretty sure he didn't really know what he was doing either. Again though, Ash was all about it. Kept going on and on about how we'd be able to do some really creative shit with this stuff. But in the end, all we did was slap a bunch of peanut butter cake tortillas on some stop signs. We'd jump out, slap one on, and then Ash would drive away from the scene like we just robbed a bank. And the dish soap? Oh, we found an empty cop car parked up the beach and covered all the door handles with the stuff. That has got to be the lamest crime story I've ever heard. Damn it, I was expecting way more from Ash than robbing soap in the empty cop car. You guys get some sponges and wash it down afterwards. Did Emil smack your butt with a wet towel? What is with you today, Vi? I don't actually know, to be completely honest. For a second or two, Violet looks legitimately distressed. Well, it doesn't matter how lame it was. It was still fun just driving around town acting like we were doing something dangerous. And we actually did end up getting some burgers afterwards, so that was cool. Why would you get fast food when you had perfectly good Silas to munch on? Because we're rebels, Virus. And rebels do as they please. My, how wasteful, how dangerous. Oh, take me now, you sinful man. Violet is clearly enjoying herself with this one, but I sadly can't think of a creative way to follow up her theatrics. What about you? What about you though? How does your sheet look? Public indecency mostly. Okay, what? I was doing yoga on the beach before you got here. Naked, of course. Other than that, I think I stole a balloon once. It might have been free that day though. I can't remember. Probably just poking fun at me some more. Probably. I think this is one mystery I'm fine leaving unsolved though. Alright, we're gonna head on out. you reckon what I need to do is because I actually haven't spent a day where I'm talking to all of them on the same day. Maybe that's what I need to do. All right. First thing I want to try though is what the heck?
Think of it as a parting gift for always making you pay for my pizza during finals. But get water to drink or something, alright? The sodas here are like $3.
Yeah, $3 is fucking insane.
You mean that thing with the sugar packets and lemon slices? You know they get mad at us whenever you do that, right? Lemonade is on the menu, my guy. I promise I don't want you making it yourself. Nanny says she saw one of the cooks spitting out food the last time you did it.
I doubt that's what happened. He just hates us eating here because the food is too greasy or whatever. Besides, I'm pretty sure the staff is used to it at this point.
Right. Well, I'm hungry. Let's get some food.
He always looks concerned. Oliver always looks concerned. All right, I'm gonna play out this day, but first I'm gonna try to do something different during the combat scenario because there might be some way through this. I'm not sure. I've used analyze and I've used items. Run away. Oh my god! What? That's right. That was always an option. I didn't have to fight him. That's what Violet was hinting at. I don't need to fight him. Even if I could win, what good would come of it? If Ashton is regressing back to his old self, then the only way for me to help him is to not feed into this behavior. I slide past my friend and run out the door of the diner.
You're a fucking coward, Oliver!
Ashton's voice is close behind me. What I say in both surprises and excites me. I don't care! I can't help but smile at saying that and hurl myself as hard as I can down the endless gray of the sidewalk. After chasing me around for what feels like an hour, Ashton stops running and collapses on a nearby bench. I sit down next to him, equally exhausted.
Are you sure? That's a good idea.
Don't care. I can't run anymore.
Yeah, me neither. I'm still getting punched, just give me a bit.
For a minute or two, we just sit there, marinating in our own exhaustion.
Man, I worked really hard to give this crap up. And you got me chasing people down like it's high school again. I worked so hard, so why couldn't you just let me have this?
I'm not trying to take anything away from you, Ash. I just don't feel great about how I've handled things this summer. That's all.
You should have kept it to yourself, asshole.
You forced it out by feeding me all this crap about us being heroes. And how hard to keep that much garbage in your system all at once.
Damn it. Stop getting punched.
I kept looking to the sidewalk as we catch our breath, watching nondescript people do nondescript things.
This really sucks. I didn't want it to be like this. I only wanted to hang out a bit before you left.
I know. I'm sorry, man. I wasn't trying to bring you down. But I couldn't keep acting like some great hero or whatever. It just doesn't feel real. Ashton shrugs.
Real, huh?
I didn't know what that was the kind of thing someone like you even cared about.
Oh well.
I guess this was gonna happen eventually.
Violet probably only said all that scary stuff because she could tell you were feeling it yourself.
Huh? Wait, really? Are you sure about that? A roguish smirk crawls across Ashton's face. Oh, Ashton's otherwise exhausted face.
Pretty sure. I'm thinking about everything a little more. Makes some sense. You weren't speaking for Violet back there. She was speaking for you during our last meeting. I'm sure she believes a bunch of that stuff about the Sirens herself. But you two still live together, right?
We do, but so what?
So, she probably saw something eating away at you after we killed the seed. And then, after seeing that, she spoke on your behalf, so you wouldn't get chewed out in front of everybody.
That's surprisingly insightful, Ashton.
Not surprising, dude. Couples do shit like that all the time. Even with my own painfully limited romantic experience, I still know that kind of stuff is pretty normal.
Wait, experience?
Well, experience might be the wrong word. Forget about it. Shit's not important right now. What I'm trying to say is, like, I know we've been giving her lots of crap lately. But Violet's still quite the woman, you know? Take it from me. Most people at our age ain't that mature. You're lucky to have someone like that in your life. Someone who's actually into you. So don't screw things up by saying something dumb and making her dump you, alright?
Looked back towards the sidewalk. I don't really have much to say in that anymore, unfortunately. Violet only agreed to date me if we both promised to split up after I leave for college.
Oh, damn, for real? That sucks. I had no idea. Still, I'm not the kind of person to make you agree to something that weird just for shits and giggles. Pretty sure you two aren't the kind of people that are cut up for long distance relationships, anyways. No offense.
I guess not.
That's why you're gonna get yourself a cell phone. That's why you're not gonna get yourself a cell phone either, huh? Right? He looks over to me, and I take a deep, rejuvenating breath to clear my head.
Hey, Ash.
Yep.
You're gonna punch me again. Can you get it over with already? I'm not too big a fan of delaying the inevitable, you know. I say this, and Ash laughs like a drunken warlord.
Oh, really now? Is that so? No, I've already decided. Nah, I've already decided I'm not gonna hit you. I still want to hit something, though. I'm gonna be real about it.
Ashton points to a furniture store across the street.
Let's go there. I need to buy myself a new pillow anyways.
Not even waiting for a response, Ashton jumps up and starts walking towards the other store. Still exhausted, but waking up, I follow after my friend. Ashton and I spent around an hour inside the furniture store. Because he was to get over here, he seems very deliberate about exactly what kind of pillow he wants to buy. In the end, he picks one made of some sort of memory foam and pays for it using the money he was going to spend on our food. After a while, we find ourselves somewhere else around the park. Let's go, Ashton! Ashton hovers to the edge of an old dock and stares out over the water. I'm sorry I'm not providing much commentary, by the way. I'm actually kind of immersed.
You're right about my dad, by the way. Ever since the end of July, it's been completely different. A fully committed father with no self-destructive tendencies whatsoever. He's perfect. Absolutely perfect.
I plan myself next to Ashton on the dock. So is what you said before true then? Are you really okay with that?
I don't know. I don't know how I feel. Ugh. Works out great for me, obviously. I'm sure he's happy. It's not like he was ever a real danger to anyone but himself. May have brooded a bit too much when he was drinking, but he was never completely out of his mind. Hell, forget his mind. Once work was over, he was never even out of the freaking house. I think he knew how dangerous that would have been. Even when he was drunk, he was still a real person. He was still his own man. But now it's like
a big chunk of his actual brain is missing.
more of a cartoon character than a real person now. He didn't get to choose if he wanted to be like that either. I chose for him. I chose for everybody. And I think that's what bugs me the most.
Ashton squeezes the pillow he bought against the side of his body.
Hey. Do you think what Violet said was true? What we did do to their brains when we killed that thing? You think it's permanent?
I Probably shouldn't sugarcoat this. Yeah, I think it might be. Or at least that's how it's starting to look.
You think it's fatal then?
Damn, Ash, that's... Like... Oh, man. I sure hope it's not. But even if it is, you shouldn't put all that blame on... put all of that blame on yourself. I actually stopped and thought about the consequences of killing sirens. I did my homework and discussed what I knew a bit more thoroughly before we went to kill the seed. And maybe we all could have found a solution that wouldn't have resulted in something so drastic. But none of us said anything. Not even Violet. In the end, we all wanted to romp around in their brains and be big, dumb heroes. But we're all responsible for this, Ashton. Not just you. He nods. For a while, we both just sit there, looking out to the water.
If all that stuff is true, I haven't really grown up at all. I still solve all my problems by rushing in and beating them down until they aren't problems anymore. So that's still how I do things, but I haven't really changed, have I?
It's not true. There's no way you haven't changed. It may not feel like much, but you absolutely aren't the same person you were back in junior year. None of us are.
Oh shit, you can't prove that.
Well, you ain't shoving a meal into Lux anymore, so that's a start.
I mean...
Okay, normal lockers, Ash. And I know it's probably not saying much, but you have way better taste now that you aren't in high school. At least as far as friends go.
Is that even good enough? Is that enough of a change?
My last summer vacation, Oliver.
I've had 3 months left. If all this shit we did really can't be taken back, then at this rate, I'll never be the kind of man I want to be. I know that's a stupid thing to care about considering everything that's happened. But I'm scared, dude. I'm scared I'll just keep rushing in and making things worse forever. I'm scared that all the cool shit I've done in my life is just fiction. I'm scared I'll never be an actual hero.
You know what? I think that's fine. I think that's more than enough that you aren't such a bully anymore. Not that you care about your dad and all of us and wanted to help the town. Even if it backfired horribly. I think it says a lot that you didn't want to be that kind of person anymore. And it's the fact that he's scared about whether he'll be an actual hero, but still, if you still brave the journey's on regardless, that's what his definition of real bravery is, right? And I know we like to throw the word around a bunch, but I don't even know what being a hero actually means. Do you?
I mean, I thought I did. But no, I guess not.
Fuck it. Fuck being a hero. It's just like with your dad, right? He didn't have to be perfect in order for you to love him, so you don't need to be either. As long as you don't become somebody you despise. I think that's enough to get where you need to be. At least for now, it is.
Maybe.
I don't know what I'm gonna do now that all this is over, though. You mean the stuff we did in the Underworld, or like summer in general?
I don't know, both.
Yeah, neither. Given the circumstances, it'd be a little weird if he did.
Wait, really? You really don't know what you're doing? I thought you were the only one of us that had it all figured out. Aren't you go to college, my dude?
Oh, right. Well, that's what Miss Lawrence says I should do, at least. Mom and Dad are always on board with her ideas anyways, so...
You know, maybe you should try giving your folks a call or something before you leave. Or something. Maybe that would help patch things up.
No point in me doing something like that, Ash. Patched up or not, some things just aren't worth the risk. You feel me? Don't worry, I'm going to college. That should be more than enough to keep them distracted for a while. Besides, I'm pretty sure I lost their phone number back in June. I could contact them even if they wanted me to.
And they don't?
That every father turns to the drink due to an all-consuming concern for their amazing badass of a son. Some dads, no. Some parents are just kind of there, like broken pottery. They don't feel that deeply. They can't hold anything. Just take up space. It's whatever.
Right. You're never gonna actually own a cell phone then, are you?
Probably not, no.
Figures. You're not coming back once you leave either, right?
I don't know if I'm what I'm gonna do for after college, to be honest. But yeah, it's not likely.
Not very manly to run away from your problems like that, Captain. Kind of makes you look like a coward, doesn't it?
What an absolute blessing it is then, to no longer worry about being a coward. Ashton looks my way and smiles.
As a former coward myself, I don't think I could be friends with somebody so wimpy. Some of that might end up rubbing off on me after a while. In the long run, that's way too risky for me and my old man. Know what I mean?
Ashton stands up and lifts me off the ground with his uninjured hand. Thanks for that.
Hey, you might be a wimp, but you could have easily gotten up by yourself. No need to thank me, right?
I mean, thank you for making this so easy. I was certain that saying goodbye to everyone was going to turn out much, much worse than this.
Oh?
Hate to break it to you, Oliver. Probably not going to be this easy for anyone else.
Oh, probably not gonna be this easy for anyone else. Just be grateful that I'm not the type of man to get too bogged down with this crap in the first place. Can't say the others will be so cool about it, though.
Ashton hooks his arm around my neck and gives me a firm hug.
But I know you'll figure it out. Just keep it real. Remember what's real. You do remember, right? Thanks for letting me be part of all this. Stay cool, you fucking wimp. Yeah.
Yeah. Goodbye, Ash. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Goodbye, Oliver. Oh, and tell Violet I said goodbye too, alright?
Okay? Okay, will do.
Make sure to remind her there's gonna be another launch tonight. It'll be around 6:45, I think. Pick something soft to watch it with her this time, alright?
What do these rockets mean? And with that, Ashton leaves, flinging the pillow he just bought over his shoulder and walking south towards his father's house. Journal page 28 has been recorded. After saying goodbye to Ashton, I make my way over to the beach, hoping I'll find Violet there. Sure enough, she's in a normal spot, painting something on one of her large canvases. Hi there, boy. Hi, hey there, Olive Oil. Wait. Hey. Yes and no. Ashton punched me, but it's fine. We worked things out pretty quick. Weirdly quick, actually. He punched you? Christ on a cracker, why? We just had some disagreements about the Midnight Guard, mostly. But we talked it out, and I think he's cool with me leaving now. Violet sighs as she places her paintbrush down in a cup of murky water. Okay, I'm gonna need a bit more context than that. You think you could elaborate on what you mean by disagreements? Spend the next 30 minutes or so telling her pretty much everything Ashton and I did today. Violet listens, clearly over the moon to have me talking normally to her again. I see, then. So if he really forgave you that quickly, then it's likely what happened at the crab bucket was just an extinction burst. Was a what? An extinction burst? Wait, where have I heard that before? Miss Wilson's class, maybe? You told us about it last year, remember? The period of time where when a problematic behavior gets really, really extreme right before it gets better. They're more common in children, but for deeply rooted behaviors, extinction bursts can happen in adults too. You kept saying stuff Ashton didn't want to hear, so we needed to get you to stop talking in order to feel comfortable again. so he tried to solve his problems the only way he knew how. Violet rubs her forehead and sighs. Let me ask you this. You said Ash felt like he was regressing by threatening you, right? Yeah, he kept saying that he worked really hard to change who he was, and didn't like that I was making him act the way he did in high school. This is right before he was done chasing you? Almost immediately. Right. And he didn't end up punching you a second time like he said he was going to do either. Did he punch anything out afterwards? Nope. All he did was buy himself that pillow and then talk with me for a bit at the park. He didn't punch the pillow after he bought it? No. If anything, he spent most of our conversation hugging it. He was hugging it. And then he just said goodbye. No bad blood whatsoever. That pretty much proves it then. Unfit so much of the time. That's all any of this is ever about. Ashton probably didn't punch anything because there was no longer value in that behavior. It was no longer something that would bring him comfort or make him feel empowered. I'm almost certain it was an extension burst. Is it ethical to be sizing up our friends like this, Vi? Is it better to ignore how they might be feeling after experiencing something so intense? It's not like I can ask Ash how he's really feeling anymore. An educated guess or two is about all I'm capable of at this point. Besides, that's all they are. Guesses. I'm not foolhardy enough to assume my perspective on him is a definitive portrait of reality. Right, of course not. But the two of you are pretty lucky. As far as conflicts between friends go, I think this is possibly the best possible outcome. The best? Really? No, there's no way that's true. How come? Well, spent a second or two trying to put my thoughts into words. Because a longer lasting friendship would have been way more helpful to him in the long run. Me ducking out of his life this early isn't exactly doing him any favors. I say this and Violet moves in closer to me, speaking in a voice so quiet I can barely hear her over the sound of the oceans behind us. You don't really believe that, do you? Olive, you know that sometimes a thing is more powerful in the moment right before it dies than it is at any other point in its life? Ashton was grateful for what you gave him in that moment, and so he gave you what you needed too. None of what you're going through right now is a disaster. It's a gift. It's giving you a chance to move on. Is that another one of those educated guesses of yours? What else could it be? We're all just clumsy artisans, trying our best to sculpt this vague stuff of ours into something coherent. Don't worry too much, Olive Oil. Out of all of us, Ashton is probably the best equipped to handle adulthood. Even if he's nervous about it, he's not gonna let anything slow him down. He's just that kind of guy. An earthquake? The ground around us begins to lightly rumble. No way. Could it be? Could it really be? Oh, a rocket? I know this feeling. A slow grumbling force mushrooming up from the south. Over there, Oliver. Look. Look. Violet points down the beach and starts hopping in place. Sure enough, it's another rocket. The boys and girls down at Cape Kennedy are launching another rocket into space. That's weird. Isn't it a little too cloudy for a launch? Who cares? Look at it go! Look at it go, Oliver! But the thing on Earth that can stop it now. As Violet's beloved construct of metal and flame shoots itself into the sky, her fervor fades to a silent wonder. Rockets, huh? You know, I really hate seeing these stupid things just go on up like that. But I guess it's fine. It's fine as long as she can be herself again. No matter what I might be feeling right now, I shouldn't let it get in the way. Violet should be allowed to enjoy this moment. Should be allowed to be happy. That's the only thing that matters to me right now. It's the only kind of justice I think she really needs. And besides, I'm plenty happy right now. It's more than enough just to be able to see her like this. I'm happy just to look at her. one of those things where they're looking at the rocket and they're like, it's beautiful. And then you look at them and you're like, yeah, it is, you know? And then, just like that, it's gone. Another lucky fool has freed themselves from Earth's heartless gravity. Wow. Incredible. It's been so long, I completely forgot how amazing those were. Oh, I wonder if anybody else got to see it. I should call Judith and... Oh yeah, right. Hey Oliver, I'm really proud of you and everything. But I don't know how the others are gonna end up feeling about this. Feeling about what? Ashton letting you go, mostly. They might get kind of pissy once they hear about it. I think they'll have quite the bone to pick with you once they catch wind from from him about what happened. Violet tells me this, and all of a sudden I remember something crucial. So, about that, funny thing is, after we were done talking, Ash actually told me that he wanted to say goodbye to you as well. But that doesn't make any sense. I'm the one leaving town tonight, right? You aren't going anywhere, are you? I say this and Violet's eyes widen in shock. No, I'm not going anywhere. At least not intentionally. Ashton might be, though. Shit. Shit. It's already starting then? I thought you'd need more time. Oh wait, what time is it? Violet frantically reaches into her bag and pulls out her phone. He fumbles, dropping the phone once or twice in the sand before finally getting it open. Holy shit, it's already 7? That's not right. That can't be right. Violet? We've been talking too long here. We need to get you home now. Violet stands up and violently jerks me towards her. Wait, what about your stuff? Leave it. It's not important. It'll all be there in the morning anyway. Let's go. Why? Just trust me, dude. I mean, look, I'll tell you when we get home. But right now, we need to run. Please. What the... I do as I'm told and run as fast as I can back to Violet's house. Violet, normally one to trip over her feet, sprints in front of me with precision and purpose. We make it back to Violet's house just 2 minutes before Miss Lawrence is supposed to arrive. Okay, Violet. We're here. Now what the heck is going on? Why was any of that necessary? We couldn't have waited. Violet, hunched over, panting from exhaustion, slides over to me and puts her hand on my shoulder. Oliver? Listen to what I'm about to say very carefully. It really doesn't matter if you don't know what's going to happen next. It's fine. That's fine. You don't have to know what's going to happen. Just keep moving forward until you come out the other end. Are you talking about college? Yes, whatever. Yes, just listen for a second, okay? I know I might have said some stuff about before about taking it slow, but the truth is, you're in way too deep now. You've already made your choice, and now you gotta push through. You need to reach escape velocity. If you stagnate and end up doing things halfway, you might as well be dead. Wait, what? Things might get a little weird from here on out. And you're probably gonna end up really uncomfortable at times. But stay committed and do what you need to do. Not necessarily what you want to do. The only way you're gonna be satisfied with it's the only way you're gonna be satisfied with what's to come. And once you're done, once you're on the other side, once it's over, Judith hands me a sheet of paper after school. Apparently, her and the rest of the student council want all the seniors to vote on how they do graduation this year. Blue roses. I think we finished Ashton route at the very least. Andy employing a family's secret technique. Nigurundayo, Andy! Pretty funny. Alright. All right. I originally did intend on finishing this in one sitting, but I think I'm gonna need a moment to like a moment. By a moment, I mean like a day or something, to really to like think about what happened, to go eat, and get myself in the right mindset for the rest of this game. All right, hang on. Yeah, okay. And I am hungry, so I need to go eat. um, yeah, this was kind of a low-key stream. No avatar, no like, not too much yelling. I did yell a bit. It's live stream for 5 hours, so you can tell how much I was enjoying the game. Just based off of that. But yeah, I mean, there was no like intro music or anything either, so there won't be any outro, except for the one I'm about to say right now. This game is Siren's Call. So far it's a pretty cool visual novel. Linking it in the description below. It's on Steam. It's free. We're 23.4% of the way through, but I think we can probably wrap it up in the next stream, if the next stream is as long as this one. But yeah. I guess that's probably it for today. I'm gonna go eat something. Thanks for sticking around if you stuck around. I've been Amuse. And I'll leave you to the sound of the waves for a little bit. I'll see you whenever.